Welcome to part 3 of 3. This is the last part, the final part of the tutorial. Well done for making it this far. In this tutorial, we're going to learn a lot. We're going to build an uploader component, which allows us to upload multiple images at once and drag and drop them, and then also see loading percentages and of course blurry images. And to do that, we're going to build an uploader class. And you can see here, there's a lot of code that we're going to run through. What this code does is it calls 3 APIs, which we'll also create in our images directory here under our API directory: init multipart route, get multipart route, and finalize multipart route. In addition, we're going to be covering Node.js middleware, and we're going to be swapping out our externally hosted Prisma Postgres database with a local database, because now we can use the Node.js runtime to effectively allow our auth in our middleware to work as it normally would without an external database. So there's a lot to cover. Of course, we're going to be building out the tables as well. So if we go to our classified table, our sorting, our filtering, and our deleting, updating, this will all be covered in this tutorial. And yeah, I hope you like it. We'll start by removing our externally hosted database from Prisma Postgres to a local database. Okay, so if you watched my previous video, you probably would have seen that I mentioned the fact that Next.js was cooking up a Node.js compatibility for middleware. Well, it's here, and I'd like to start this video by introducing Next.js 15.2 Canary version, which allows us to remove the requirement of a hosted serverless database. So I'm going to install that. Run add next at canary, and we're going to just quickly remove our requirement for a hosted serverless database. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to our package.json just to confirm that we are in Next.js 15.2.1 Canary. And then we're going to go to our Prisma lib file. We're going to remove this, and we're going to remove this. And we don't need accelerate anymore. We can just use Prisma client as normal. Then we go to our middleware, and we can just export runtime Node.js. And then one final thing is to go to our next config and yeah, basically add here node middleware truth. And whilst we're at it, we're going to go ahead and add a load of other optimizations. So React compiler true. We need to add one at Babel plugin React compiler. Optimize CSS to true. Optimize server React true. Optimize client cache true. Or optimize package imports true, or actually that needs to be an array of packages, which we can like Lucid, React, date functions. There's a few more. I'll let you go ahead and add those. And then we're also going to say compress true and React strict mode true. And then compiler, you want to remove console when process.env.node.env is equal to production, just so that, yeah, we don't get anyone snooping around in our console. And then finally, just some security headers. So async headers return an array of source // dot asterisk headers is going to be key strict transport security. We're going to give that a value of max age equals 630720000. Include subdomains and preload. Copy this. Just going to go X frame options. It's going to be deny X content type options. No sniff. Permissions policy would be a template literal with camera equals that, microphone equals that, geolocation equals that, MIDI equals that, sync XHR equals that, full screen equals self, and then we're going to pass in an open quote and a closing quote. That's going to be process.env.next public app .env. Let's check URL. Yeah, next public app URL, and then same for geolocation. So geolocation will have just an open quotes. We'll remove the self. Geolocation like that, and then one more header. Referrer policy, which will be strict origin when cross origin. Cool. We'll see why that's giving us an error here. Promise. Should just fix that. Oh, okay. Except, so I just forgot to call that headers. All right, that's good. Cool. And yeah, that is ideal. Now we'll continue as normal with the video. Or actually, we just want to just test quickly. So we've got our Node.js middleware. We also need to update our environment variable. So this is going to be our local Prisma source p Prisma db push. There we go. Okay, cool. Boom, we're in. And then if we try and access the admin dashboard, redirects us here, and that's all with a non-serverless database, just because Prisma recently introduced middleware for Node.js. So yeah, I'm going to start by going to our source, app, and admin, classifieds, edit, ID, page. So you can see here we've got some data already. We're just going to add const params equals await props.params. So we're effectively trying to get the ID from the param. And in fact, this is our Porsche. So yeah, we can just quickly check. So we want to get the ID, but we want to validate that it's a number and it's correct. So we did create a schema before, schemas, ID schema, validate ID schema. So we want to use that, validate ID schema dot save parse, and we pass in ID number params dot ID. Okay. If no success, redirect to the routes.admin.classifieds and const classified equals await Prisma. Oh, need to import Prisma. Prisma.classified.find unique where ID is data.id. And we're going to include images true, because I want to display the images. And if no classified, again redirect to routes.admin.classifieds. Okay, console.log classified. Let's take a look, see if we're actually getting the Porsche back. Boom. There it is, Porsche. And now we just want to add a new component, which is going to be in our components classified. We're going to create a new classified form. Classified form.tsx export const classified form equals, we're going to pass in a classified. I'm going to create some interface here. Interface classified form props is going to take in a classified, which is going to be Prisma classified get payload, which is going to include images true. I feel like we already have that somewhere. Yeah, let's just move this out to a type. Types, export type, classified with images equals that. Oh, we do already have this, okay. Huh. Cool. Let's just change this to classify it with images. And then also this to classified with images. Classified with images. And that is going to be classified form props. So we'll start with is pending start transition equals use transition and toast from used toast, because we're going to be using the hook for the toast messages here in a slightly different way. Then form equals use form, and we're going to give this a resolver. Sort resolver as usual, and we need to create a schema. So I'm going to say const update classified schema, and we can move that out into its own folder in a bit. z.object id is going to be z.number. This is quite a few things, so year, z.string. In fact, if we go to our AI schemas, we should be able to get a few of these. So we don't need the describe. We also don't need that nullable. Model variant actually is going to be optional. Dot optional. We don't need the ID, don't need the ID, don't need describe, don't need describe. Okay, let's go ahead and get some more. So classified AI schema. We've got all of this and title and image. Just copy all of that. String, fine. Let's just go describe and get rid of all of that. Yeah. Make some commas here. And pass in, obviously, the enums. Save that. Could actually do with adding some messages to each one of these. So message invalid, paste that. If it isn't correct, and then we just need status, which is going to be native enum, classified status. We can give this .min1, .max 6, although that seats could be like 12 and doors is probably going to be like 8, let's say. And then finally images, which will be z.array of z.object with the object ID. I think we did this earlier. Images z.object. Let me just check. Let's just see. Did I do Alt Z? No. Okay. Maybe not. Okay. So we do z.number. That'll be optional. Source z.string.url. Alt z.string. UUID z.string.uuid.optional. That's we'll come around to that a bit later. Base 64 is for our blurred images, because when we upload them, we need to generate a base 64 image before they're actually uploaded. Because, you know, we usually use the thumb hash, which is stored in the database, but that means the image has already been uploaded. In this case, we need to generate a base 64 prior to it being stored in the database, or prior to it even being in the S3 bucket. And then done. Z.boolean optional. Okay. We can give this a type as well. Yeah, export type update classified type equals z.infer type of update classified schema. I'm going to basically copy this and put it into the schema for classifieds. And obviously need to copy all this, paste, save, and there we go. Export that. We can start by adding the type here, update classified type, and then update classified schema. Okay, default values. We're actually going to come back to that because obviously we need default values here. but I think it makes more sense to just start building out the form itself. For now, return form, spread the form as usual, form on submit equals form.handle submit, and then we need to create a on submit handler classified form submit. Const classified form submit will be submit handler, pass in our update classified type, which will give us our data equals data. Start transition is going to be async. And we need to actually update the classified. So go to our classified actions. We've got a create classified action, but we don't actually have an update. So let's go ahead and build out our update classified action. Export const update classified action equals async. Data is update classified type. And then we can actually say if your const session equals await auth, if no session, forbidden. Then let success equal false outside of a try catch block, because we want to update that in the try catch block. So we say const make id equals number, data.make, do the same for model and model variant. Difference here being we say data.model variant, yeah, that or null. Again, because model variant might not exist. We say const make equals await prisma dot find make dot find unique, where id is make id. Same for model and same for model variant. In fact, this is very much the same here. Boom. We can just delete data here, and we do need data for year. Make model, yeah, and get rid of data there and there. And if, yeah, that all checks out. Similarly, we're going to just get the slug from, so let me just see, slug equals slugify. And we can just give this a const slug equals slugify data VRM, and actually the VRM should be added there because it's a required field. So yeah, shouldn't have any issues with that. Then we're going to say const classified images equals await prisma dot transaction, and this is going to take in an async function passing the Prisma client as the parameter, and then we want to await Prisma. So again, you know what a transaction is. It is going to execute all of these or none of them. It's atomic in nature. Prisma.image.delete many, where classified data.id, classified ID, data.id. Let me just catch this quickly. Error, return, success, false message is something went wrong. Okay, there we go. Get the autosave formatting. Then we say const images data equals await promise.all data.images.map async source index const hash equals await generate thumb hash from source URL, pass in data.images 0.source const URI equals create PNG data URI, pass in the hash, return classified ID is going to be data.id, is main will be no index because that will be true if index is 0. Blur hash is URI, source is source, and alt is title with index +1. Then come out of that, const images equals await prisma.image.create many and return. Data is images data. Okay, and then const classified equals await prisma.classified.update where id data.id and data slug title year number is data.year make id model ID, spread the model variant ID, and if it exists, model variant ID, VRM, data.vrm, price, data.price times 100. Looks like our price is not showing here. Let's have a look. Where is this coming from? Update classified type. That looks about right. Yeah, we should have price is z.number. There we go. Currency, data.currency. And again, one we forgot to add. Let me see. Back down here. Where is it? Currency. Z.native enum currency code. What did you say? Message invalid currency code. All right. Currency now exists. Odo reading, Odo unit, fuel type, body type, transmission, color, ULEZ compliance, description, stores, seats, status, and images, which we're going to set to images.map. Where are these images? Okay, so the reason this isn't working is because I need to just quickly do this. Okay, images.map is being funny. What's going on here? Oh, forgot the colon here. Images.map image, and we're going to return an object with id image.id. So we're setting the images by their IDs. So we've deleted all the images, and then we've reset them basically. Okay, now we just return classified images so that we can get it here. For the transaction, because it's got quite a few, it's got like generate thumb hash, this, map over all this asynchronously, wait for this, we're going to set a timeout so that it doesn't basically time out, and the timeout is going to be 10,000, like that. Why did that all of a sudden? Images. Right. Again, don't do this to me, TypeScript. What the heck? Okay. So me adding a timeout results in random. Maybe I messed up before, but okay. Then if classified and images success is equal to true, and success has been converted to a const again, so do that. Success is equal to true. We are obviously catching the error here. We're going to console.log error, and we're going to say if error instance of error, bring this into here. We're going to just get the error.message, error.message. Cool. And then outside of this try catch block, if success, we want to revalidate path routes.admin.classifieds and redirect to admin classifieds, like that. Else we want to just return and the message can be failed to update classified. So there's our server action. Save this page, save it again. And okay, my bad. Need to just close that form, save it like that. Right. So start transition, const success message equals await update classified action, pass in the data. If no success, toast title is going to be error, description message, type background, duration 2500, variant destructive. Now let's start building out our form. I have a H1 of text 3XL, font bold, MB6, text muted. It's going to say upload vehicle. And let's just import our classified form into here. Classified form. I'm going to say classified equals classified. Okay. Use transition. Okay, we need to make this use client. Cool. Upload vehicle. There's the title. Next, a div with a class name of wfull-mx auto grid calls to gap 6, and then we're going to have a new component here and that is going to contain our classified form fields. And we pretty much already got the components we need to create these. So let's go ahead and start building with this component. So I'm going to say new file, classified form fields, export const classified form fields equals const form equals use form context, return grid calls 1, md grid calls 2, gap 4, text muted. Form field, and that's usually a self-closing element. We're going to say control equals form.control. Name is going to be year. Render will be field ref rest. Return form item, form label, year, HTML4 equals year, get that label in, form control, and then form message. Inside the form control, we're going to have a select, and that is going to say select class name equals text muted 75 bg primary 800 border transparent. And then options is going to be, we're going to have to actually generate this, which is, so we're going to create a function export, and we're going to add this to our utils. Export function generate years, min years, or min year, number, max year, number, string, array, const current year equals max year, use max year, otherwise we say new date dot get full year, and then const years string array equals empty array, for let year equal current year. If year is more than or equal to min year, then we continue with the loop, year minus minus, and years dot push year. Return years, okay? Now our options. So actually, let's just move this into our utils. And we want to say const years equals generate years 1925, and that's it, basically from 1925. So now we say years.map year, and we return an object with label year value is going to be year as well. And then we just finally pass in the rest of the props. Okay. Classified form fields. Let's add it. Classified form fields. Need to add use a client. Form.control doesn't seem to be working. Why is that? Should be fine. Form is not being imported from our UI library. There we go. Okay, so we've got all these years down to 1925. Perfect. So continue building out our components. So we're going to create a taxonomy selects component, and that needs to be a new component here. Taxonomy selects export const taxonomy selects equals, doesn't need any props, const form equals use form context. Let's just give this a use client. Default make is equal to form.get values make or null. Do the same for model. Then const make set make equals use state, and that's going to be default make string or null. And then we're going to say const makes set makes, and it's going to be an array of, it's going to be filter options from our types, which we created earlier, string, filter options from our types, which for some reason is not being imported correctly. Let's have a look. Filter options only first is not being. Oh, need to close that off. And then we do the same for model. So model, basically the exact same thing. And then model variants model variants set model variants equals use state, and that is going to be filter options, and it's going to be an empty array for now. Okay, then we want to fetch those makes from the database. We do that in a use effect. So we say async function, it's a self-calling function, fetch make options, and it goes like this: URL equals new URL, endpoints. In fact, we've got endpoints.taxonomy. Yes, we do. Copy that, and in fact we copied both of these, so yeah, very similar. And then we say set makes data.makes, set models data.models, set model variants data.model variants. And we call that function immediately like this. So it's a self-invoking function, and the use effect has good dependencies, which are going to be make and model. We need to put those in an array. So if make or model change, so does the What is going on here? Hook specifies me more dependencies than necessary, which is why we're just going to ignore that. Biome, ignore, linked. Cool. We need to create a handle change equals e change event HTML select element and it's going to be a switch of e.target.name case make set make e.target.value break case model that and it's going to be set model. So let's see, the case needs to come back. Set and that needs to where are we? Okay, and then that should be it. Set model. Yeah, what's going on here? Ah, missing that. Cool. We need to actually pass in a onChange handler here. So onChange is going to be event any return void, and we're going to return onChange with e like that. Okay, you'll see why we're going to use this in a sec. Basically, I want to just copy this and kind of paste it 4 times. Return one, 2, 3, 4. Going to import this stuff. And yeah, we'll start with the first select. That's going to be fine. onChange is going to be slightly different. So I want to actually get the onChange handler from in here. And options is going to be makes. And then we're just going to say onChange equals e handle change e onChange, like that. Okay. Copy this. In fact, let me just change that to make model and model variant. So we just want 1 and 2. So model and then model variant. Okay, model variants, handle change, boom, 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 boom. Taxonomy selects is obviously not imported. So now we import it. And what have we got? No props, boom. Do we have use client? Yes, we do. Options seems to be the issue. Okay, let's see what we're getting here. Console.log data. Looks like we're not getting any data. Okay. Let's just get rid of that. Get rid of that. And let's just async. Actually, no, we do need that. Let's keep that in here. So data is, yeah, URL taxonomy. Options, where are we here? Where are select? Okay, let's try and fix this. Console.log URL. Even URL's not working. Looks like I know why. So we say if make url.searchparams.append make, and then we do the same for model. That's why it was giving us this error before. Okay, boom. Still doesn't work. Great. Okay, let's see. At least we should be getting some data back, surely. Also, if there's no options, I'm confused. Set models, default model, default make. Okay, I think it's because we've got the wrong data in here. Should be empty arrays. My bad. Boom, there we go. Okay, finally getting there. Right, make. Okay, good. Model, nothing yet, because if we select the Bentley, we get a filtered list of Bentleys. If we select the Continental GT, we get a filtered list of models. Great. So, we've got our taxonomy selects. Now we just need to add a new component, which is going to be a combination of an input and a select. Input, we're going to make that in our UI folder. So export const input select equals props, and we're going to create these as an interface. Input select props extends numeric, and we need to import React number format, so we can import a type here. Import type numeric format props equals, or from React number format, extends numeric format props. Input name string, select name string, label string, options, filter options with string, prefix optional string, and that is going to be input select props. Const, and let's just destructure this. Equals props const form equals use form context. So if I haven't already explained, use form context allows you to get the form context from React hook form in the parent component, so that we can pass any context from the classified form, i.e. the schema and the default values, into here. Then we're going to return div with a class name of w full relative. We're going to go ahead and get a form field. Pass that in, pass another one in. We'll also get some of these imports. And for the label, we're going to say label and input name and label. This is going to be input name We're going to get the on change from here. So this is going to be a number input, and we need to just create that. So number input export const number input equals forward ref react dot element type, or just element type of numeric format, just say comma numeric format props from React number format. And then this is good. We just need to now open that up, open it up again, class name, spread the props, and because it's a forward ref, we need to get the ref here, and then boom, we've got our function return like that, and it should be all good. Okay, great. So what do we want to return? Well, we're going to get numeric format, and we're going to just get rid of this type here and add that to the types here. So we've got this numeric format component, can be self-closing, and then we're going to say get input ref equals ref 1000 separator equals comma 1000 group style is going to be 1000, decimal scale 0, allow negative, false, and class name CN. We're going to pass in the class name from the props and then give it a proper class name, mt1 flex h9 w full rounded md border input bg transparent px3 py5 text sm. Okay, then we're just going to spread the remaining props from the parent component into here. So now we can use that number input into here. Number input style is going to have a background color of 081A2B, a class name of text muted 75, on value change will be values, and these values are slightly different to other inputs. They're the number format values, which are values dot float value, formatted value, and value. And we want to get the float value, and we want to pass that into our onChange handler like that. And then rest is fine, and we want to also just basically get the rest of the props, which are number input props, because we're extending the numeric format props here. So we're just going to spread the rest and also spread number input props like that. Great. Next one is going to be a select, but it's going to be a standard HTML select. But we're going to wrap that in a div with a class of absolute, right 0, minus translate y10, h10, flex, item center, pr2, border L white 10, border input. Okay, and it didn't look like that worked very well. border white, border al white, and border input, and I meant to say /10 here. Let's just do this for a second. And okay. Open that up, wrap it. Looks like there's something wrong here. The div, it doesn't have a closing tag. Well, I can't see anything wrong with this. Do you? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Save. Okay, what div are we talking about here? This doesn't make any sense. Okay. Get rid. Form control, form message, form label. Right, it's one of those situations. Get rid of all of that. Let's look at our classified. Okay, here we go. Great. Code, the cursor has crashed by the looks of it. Might need to restart it and come back, which I think I'm going to do. So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so we're back. I had to just quickly restart all my apps. As I was saying, we want a div in here. So div with a class name of this. And inside that, we want a standard select. And inside that, we're going to have options. And we're going to map over those options and return an option element or tag with a key of option.value and a value of option.label, and then option.label is going to go in there. And in our select, we're going to have a class name of CN custom select appearance none PR10 BG no repeat disabled BG white 10 border rounded ND focus outline hidden focus ring 0 focus visible ring 0 PL3 text muted 75 and border transparent. And then we're just going to pass in the rest of the field options. Okay. We don't need any classes for that. We'll have a class here for class name text sm and text red 500. And I think that should be it for our input select. So we're using our input select in our classified form. And I believe it was in our form fields. And so yeah, we're using it in here. So input select is going to have options equals object dot values currency code dot map value. We're going to return label value value. Okay. Next, we're going to have a label of price. And we've got some issues here. What's going on? It is self-closing. Don't be breaking on me again. Okay, I've obviously messed up here. Need an extra. There we go. Currency code didn't import, so do that. There we go. Okay. Input name is going to be price. Select name is going to be currency. And you can see what's happening on the right-hand side there. We're going to have input mode, numeric, placeholder is going to be 0, class name will be h10. Okay, so clearly we've got some issues here, but you can see what we're trying to achieve. And go to our input select. We've got year somewhere here. Okay, there. That's because we should have select name, select name, select name, except we do not need a label for here. We don't need the label. There we go. Much better. There's our price, GBP, euros, USD. Looks good. The background color is a bit funny, but pretty much there with that. Our input select is done, and start building out a few more of these. So we'll just copy this one. We're going to use the same for odo unit. That's going to be odometer reading, odo reading, odo unit, numeric placeholder. Yeah, correct. Okay. Next one. I think actually that's it to what I believe. Miles, kilometers, we don't really need it to be that big, to be fair. It's quite big, isn't it? But yeah, we can come back to that. The next thing is form field for transmission. Oh, we got it right here. We can just basically copy this. Okay. Copy that, paste it, change year to transmission, and then object.values transmission .map value. Okay, transmission is manual or automatic, right? Then fuel type. Fuel type. That's going to be capital. That's going to be a capital. Next, we're going to do body type. Body type. Next, color. One more for ULEZ compliance. We want VRM in here, which is just going to be a standard input. Vehicle registration mark. And it's going to be an input with placeholder LA16PYW, class name of this, but uppercase in addition. And then it's doors and seats, and doors and seats are pretty much the same. Doors, doors, seats, seats, and we just want to change this to a new number input. Max equals 6, min equals 1, placeholder equals 0, style is background 0A, 1A, 2B, and text muted like that. Border transparent, don't need that, text muted, and placeholder text muted 75. On value change equals values on change values dot float value. We need to just change this for on change. Okay, same here. Maybe 8 here. Number input on change. Okay, so what have we got here? The VRN looks a bit funky. I think we need to give it a placeholder of text muted 75, and then that's just text mute. And also a slight difference here in size. I think it might need to be h10. Yeah, better. But still maybe an MT1, like 5. Still doesn't look right. MT1. Okay, we'll leave it at that. So we've got our form fields there, looking pretty good. Although, yeah, they don't look perfect, but they're good for now. So now that we've got all our fields in the section, the upload classified section, we should go ahead and start adding our default values. Those are going to be ID classified.id, odo unit is going to be odometer unit from Prisma.miles, currency will be currency.gbp, and then we're going to spread classified, and if classified exists, images classified.images, if those exist, classified.images.map image index. Let's just move this across. And then we're going to return an object which is going to spread the image. ID is going to be index plus 1. Percentage is going to be 100. Key will be extract key. We need to actually create that, which is going to be a function in our classified form. So function extract key will be URL, take in the URL, const next URL equals new URL, take in that URL, next URL.href equals URL, const regex equals /uploads / dot plus / So that's a regex. And if we match, const match equals URL.match regex, then we say return match condition match 0, otherwise URL. Effectively what this is saying is it's going to extract the key of the URL where it contains uploads, and otherwise it's going to return the URL in its entirety. So if we go back down to our extract key function here and we say image.source, that will allow us to get the key of the image. Done is going to be true, and then we just want to say or empty array, comma that. Make is going to be classified.makeID.toString. Same with model. And do you know what? Same with model variant. Except that is going to have that. Year is going to be classified.year toString. VRM will be classified.vrm, otherwise empty string. Same with description. And then for the enums fuel type, body type, transmission, color, ULEZ compliance, status, Odo reading, seats, doors, and even price. And we're going to basically give all of these the same value, which is classified dot. I'm going to copy these values or these fields and just paste them like that. So yeah, we've got all of those: transmission, color, ULEZ compliance, status, price. Price also needs to be divided by 100 since it is multiplied by 100 in the database. Okay, so now we've got our default values. We should actually be able to see those in here. Refresh. Okay, we got year 2022, Porsche 911 GT3, price is 0, odometer reading 0, manual, petrol, coupe, white, non-exempt. And that's a good point. We may need to format these. So non-exempt. Let's have a look. ULEZ. Is this being... Okay, value should be format ULEZ compliance. There we go. It's my bad, I forgot to do that. This should be format color. Yeah, that's better. Format body type. Format fuel type. Format transmission. And that's everything, I think. Yeah, there's nothing else. Yeah. Okay. That is pretty much it. So I'm going to close this. We've got our form fields. And the next step is we're going to create a rich text editor with what's called TinyMCE. It's a very popular, most trusted, and feature-rich WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. Rich text editor. And it is perfect for our use case, because all the other ones, you know, you can, there are other ones that are like, you know, more bespoke. You can kind of use them. TipTap, for example. TipTap is one. TipTap React. Yeah, so there's this one which allows you to kind of customize it, but what I found is it just leads to a shit ton of code. So yeah, we don't need that. And whereas this one here, TinyMCE React, actually is very minimal in terms of its code, so, and its footprint, and it's constantly being updated. Look, last publish was then. So we're going to install this package. Bun add at TinyMCE React. Okay, so we want to create a new component in our classifieds component directory, rich text editor, and that is going to be export const rich text editor equals, oh, let's just get rid of that for you, equals props text editor props. We're going to create those. Hopefully zooming, yeah, I'll stick to that zoom. Interface is going to be text editor props name string label string. Config is going to be all props, which is basically the config from package we just installed. So we're going to say import type all props from at TinyMCE React, like that. And let's see. Okay, boom. Nice. Then destructure that from the props. And we're going to init some options. So init options. I'm going to have a height of 200. We're going to have a skin of oxide dark. And you can find all these options in here, or at least in this documentation, React integration, React technical integration. Like, this is what we want. So init, let's have a look. Yeah, you can see these are the basically you'll find all the options here in this init. So we're looking for skin. Oh, can't find it. Let's have a look. Skin. Skin demo. JS. Yeah, I'm not sure where the exact reference is for the skin. Obviously, I did find it. Let's go back. Skin. TinyMCE React skin API reference. That's what we're looking for. Try this. Skin. Okay, so we've got this import skins UI oxide skin. We also need to actually set up an API key for this, because it does require that, but we're going to get onto that in a little bit. Okay, so oxide dark. Content underscore CSS is going to be dark. In fact, let me just see if we can just go into our skin. Okay, yeah, Boolean or string. Icons, we're going to be small. Resize, not allow people to resize it. Menu bar, false. Branding, false, which is TinyMCE branding. Convert URLs, false. In fact, maybe we do want to convert URLs. Yeah, let's keep that to true. I think that's when you paste in a URL, it turns it into a link, but I might be wrong. Word count, true. That shows how many words you've typed. Element path is going to be true. Import CSS append is true. Browser spell check is true. Highlight on focus, true. New line behavior, line break. Plugins. This is an important one. You could have a massive list of plugins here, but we're going to keep things simple. Lists, which is like bullet points and list stuff like that. Links, word count, import CSS, and media. And so you can take a look online for the plugins. There's lots of them. I'm not going to go into that here. But yeah, you can do many things with those. Valid elements p, a, href. And this is really actually for just sanity, because we're going to be ultimately storing the HTML in the database that's generated by this. So we want to be careful in terms of what we are allowing people to put in, not just because, you know, it's HTML and it is prone to like HTML injection attacks or, you know, JavaScript injection attacks. You don't want people putting in script tags. So yeah, basically we want to avoid that, which is what we're doing here. We're allowed to just define what elements we allow. And li. Yeah, that'll do for now. Then toolbar, I'm going to have undo, redo, and this is basically we're defining the kind of format of the toolbar here. Styles, format, select, bold, italic, bool list, num list, and link. And then we're basically going to just spread the config property and say init like that. And if we have that, we say config.init. We spread that because, yeah, we're getting the config from here, iAllProps, which has an init property. If that exists, that's what we want to add to our init options. So the next thing is to tap into our parent components React hook form, use form context. And we also want to get the value from form.watch name. The name will be the ID basically of the form, or the form input, the rich text editor input. And then const handle change or handle editor change equals content string form.set value name content, and then we're just going to return a div with a class name of space y2 and a form label where we're going to have HTML4 of name, and it's going to say label in here, and then editor from TinyMCE React. And we can maybe change the import value here. Let's have a look. Yeah, we don't need all this, I believe. Okay, so we need that for the init options. Just go ahead and leave it there. Maybe it should be fine. Okay, we need to make this use client as well. Use client. And then with our editor component, that's going to be self-closing. We're going to spread our props.config, add our init option, an initial value, which will be the value from the watch, because we'll set the default value in the parent component. And an API key. And so we're going to go ahead and get that API key here. Let me just go log in. I'm going to say GitHub authorize. Cool. Get your API key, copy API key, and the free tier here is really generous. So we're going to add this to rich text editor API key. In fact, let me just make that clear. TinyMCE rich, TinyMCE API key. Okay. Going to copy that. In fact, that needs to be next public. Going to go for our envm.js. Paste that z.string. Boom. Process.env.that. Cool. env.next public TinyMCE API key. Yeah, as I was saying, the free tier for the TinyMCE API key free tier is actually really generous. Allows you to use basic core editors for free, includes access to limited number of editor loads per month. Those loads per month are plenty. I think there's like 1,000 or something, which is, you know, enough. If you're getting more than 1,000 people using your form, then you should probably consider just paying for that. Okay, so close that, close, and let's just basically bring this in. Well, there is one other thing we forgot to do, which is add this on editor change equals handle editor change. Next, we'll run bundev, and we will bring that into our. I'm going to zoom out a little bit because that's pretty annoying that how zoomed in it is, but maybe you disagree. Let's have a look. Where are we? Classified form fields. Okay, and then we're going to add a div with a class name of callSpan2. Inside here, we're going to put our text editor. We're going to wrap it in the form field like that. Description. Delete that for now. And then we need to import this as a dynamic component because we want to give it a loading skeleton because it does take, because it's an external component, it takes a bit of time to load. We want to be able to handle that loading state. Import dynamic from next dynamic. Fonts rich text editor equals dynamic. And then we're going to say import /rich text editor then mod.rich text editor like that. Options will be SSR false, and then loading is going to be a div with space y2 flex call a skeleton. Oh, this needs to be like that. A skeleton here, class name of W24 H4 BG primary 800. Copy that, change the class name for this one. That's going to be our actual text area. So H is going to be 200px. And do you remember we defined in our rich text editor the height 200 there? So we're just copying that. So h200px w full bg primary 800. Okay, I'm going to copy that, bring it down, and paste into here. So we can give this a label of description and a config of, open it up like that, init placeholder, enter your vehicle's description. And then we're just going to spread the rest. Cool. Let's see. Boom. Now our default value is being set. Favorite, is it not spelled correctly? Can I change it? Yes, I can. Some of these formatting, let's have a look. I. Okay, let's just try pasting a link. Let's do TinyMCE, this link here. Okay, there's a bit of a weird formatting error, like not formatting error, but when you press enter, it goes up instead of down. We just go to the AI and ask it. So why, when I press enter in the TinyMCE React text area, let me just say the enter key, does it shift the content down? I expect the content to stay where it is and my cursor to move down or break line. Also, when I paste a link, how do I get it to underline and color the text whilst making the link clickable? Let's have a look. New line behavior. Okay, so forced root block is P. Let's give this a go. New line behavior and forced root block. So, looks like I was messing up with that property. And then content style. Okay, custom style for links. Let's have a look. And then configure link settings. And paste post process. Let's see, it's quite a lot here. So see if it actually makes a difference. We'll refresh just to, also that ring doesn't make any sense. So let's remove the outline. So we've got a styles editor styles here. Okay, let me just try this first of all. So cross that out. That's content style doesn't work. Okay. Oh, that's because I don't have a comma there. Refresh the page. I'm going to delete the content, paste the link. That doesn't work. So we'll get rid of that. Paste the link, configure. Oh, maybe I'm not pasting a link here. My bad. Okay, TinyMCE React. Copy that link. Paste. There we go. Kind of works. That's good. Refresh quickly. What have we got? Oh yeah, enter. Okay, new line behavior still doesn't work. That's strange. Let's see what new line behavior actually has. Block, line break, invert, default. Let's try default. Refresh. Nope. New line behavior. React does not go to next line. Forced root block is P. Okay, new line behavior block. That's what we had. So maybe we need to rerun. Nope. New line behavior line break. Yeah, I had that. That is literally what I had, and it still doesn't work. Great. New line behavior. Okay. It should be working, but it isn't. So, okay, we got one more. I'll give it one more try. New line behavior. TinyMCE. Cursor moves to start of text. Could it be what I have here? Let's have a look. Change initial value text to value text. That might actually be it. Value. I think that's going to work. Refresh. Oh, it does. That still allows me to type. So, oh, that's my bad. Yeah, the issue wasn't even with settings we had. It is because I set this to initial value instead of value. So yeah, we're done there. Move on to the next thing. So next thing is our multi-step or multiple image uploader. And that is going to be on the right hand side here. And then it's going to also include drag and drop functionality from D&D. And so, or D&D sortable, I think it's called. D&D sortable. Yeah, dnd-kit. Really good piece of software, and we're going to go ahead and build out the drag and drop feature as well as AWS S3 bucket multi-part file uploads that allows us to get percentages back from the stream and effectively show like a loading percentage for each image, as well as upload like, 20 plus images at once. Let's go ahead and go back to our classified form component, and underneath the classified form fields we're going to add a div with space y6, and in here we're going to have a form field, so we're just going to copy that from here, form field, and we can also get the imports. Okay, this is going to be images, and then we're going to change this to images, and we're going to say images up to, and we just need to define what our max images are and our constants. So let's just give it export const max images equals 20. Max images form control, and then we'll basically add a component here which is going to be our multi-image uploader component. Come back to that in a moment. Under here we're going to have another form field, so copy paste. Let's just go back to our form here and we can just see what that looks like. So yeah, we got this other form field. We are going to make this status class name is text muted, and then we're going to give this a select. It's going to be a select. Going to say ... rest, and options are going to be object.values classified status dot map value return the object with label and status, and then value as value. Oh yeah, sorry, there we go. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to create a formatter for the status. We'll do that in a minute. Select class name equals bg primary 800 border transparent text muted 75. Cool. Now we've got that, we can just go ahead and go to our utils and say export function format status or format classified. It's going to take in classified status, and it's basically going to do exactly what the other formatters do, which is this switch okay, that's going to be status classified status, and we can get rid of all of these. Default will be draft, I believe, if we have that. Classified status dot draft, yeah. So return draft. We've only got 3, so we can just get rid of these 2. So live, and what was the other one? Sold live. Oh, my bad. Return. We don't need that, actually. We don't even need that default case classified status dot draft return draft. Cool, simple as that. Copy, paste that here. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. The default value here could probably be draft, to be honest. So default value is going to be classified status dot draft. Or do we need to select? Let me just quickly check something. Select no default. No default equals true, false. Yeah. And then we don't need the default value because actually if I refresh, it's always going to be status draft. Yeah, my bad. That's what we do. We say no default is false. And then these all have, yeah, can be default, but we'll always have a status for this. Okay. Wait a sec, why is it? It's actually, the menu's doing the opposite from what I expected to be doing. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. Strange behavior that. Okay, but fine. Right. Clearly not been made responsive, so it needs to just quickly change this to MD and then grid calls 1. Probably LG. There we go. Yeah, better. Cool. Next is the multiple image uploader. So we're going to go ahead and start building that out. We can actually create a new component here. Multiple or multi-image uploader.tsx. Export cont multi-image uploader equals props. We're going to create the interface, so that's going to be interface multi-image uploader props extends react.input HTML attributes HTML input element class name string. Okay. Multi-image uploader props. We just destructure that. I'm going to start a form, get use form context again. We're going to pass in the update classified type because that is our parent component. Then we're going to use what's called use field array from React Hook form. And use field array allows you to effectively manage the state of a list of items in a form. That's basically it in a nutshell. So we do form.control. Oh, that's also meant to say fields. Control name is going to be images. Key name is going to be UUID. And yeah, so the difference here is that that's obviously the form control. The name is, the name of the element or the ID of the element we're using. And then the key name is to differentiate between each element in the list. So we need a unique ID for that. So const items set items equals use state fields. And we're going to just set up a new type here. So type classified images equals z.infer. And we're going to get type of update classify. In fact, we don't even need to get the type off. We can say update classified type images like that. And we're going to just pass that into here. Classified images. Then we're going to say const progress, and that's going to be for our percentage progress. Set progress equals use state. And this is going to be, for now, just an empty array, but we need to quickly define what the type is, which is, we'll just go up here and we'll say type image progress equals UUID string, and progress is going to be a number. Copy that, paste it in here, make it an array. Cool. Next, const is uploading, set is uploading equals use state false. Okay, now's a better time than any to just start building out the UI. And although actually thinking about it, probably not. I think it's probably better to build the functionality of uploading before we build the UI. So maybe that's a better place to start. So we're going to, in that case, go ahead and start building out the functions to upload images and update progress and effectively all the kind of functionality side of things rather than the UI for now, because then what follows from that is the UI and we kind of need that anyway to make the UI have any relevance. So I'm going to say const handle item progress is going to be use callback. That's going to have updates, which are the image progress. We're going to set progress prev state like that. Can give this an empty array. Const index equals prev dot find index. So we're finding the index of the item where the item.uuid is equal to updates.uuid. Then we're saying if index equals -1, return prev and updates. And then we say new progress is equal to prev and new progress index is equal to new progress index updates. And then we return the new progress. Yeah, so basically if index is -1, we return which means basically if it hasn't found the index, we return prev and whatever's in the updates, and otherwise we build out a new progress and we return that instead. Cool, so we'll get around to that in a bit. Next, we're going to do const handle items update use callback, and this is for our sortable items. So we'll be using the use field array to manage state, and that will kind of tightly integrate with dnd sortable. So yeah, we're going to go say new items is classified images, replace, which is coming from use field array, new items, and then set items, new items. So there's two places. We're using React state, but we're also updating it in the form. Okay. Then replace is going to be the dependency here. Next one, set files is going to be use callback, and that's going to be an async function. Valid files, file const files equals object.values valid files. Okay, this component here, or sorry, this function here is the one that ultimately uploads the images, and we need to actually create an uploader class to handle the management of uploads, and then also multiple API routes for handling different stages of the uploads. But we're going to go through that, so bear with me. This is a big function here, because ultimately the depth of code that we're going to write in this particular set files callback is quite deep. So we'll say set is uploading files.length is more than 0. Let id equal items.length plus 1. Const new image data classified images equals array, and then we're going to say for const file of files, open that up, get a UUID equals UUID, and then we're just going to say b4 like that. Let's go up here, let's just say b4 at the end. Yeah, so UUID v4. And then we're going to say const hash equals await generate thumb hash. And we're not going to generate it from the source URL this time. We're going to be generating it from a file. So we're going to create this new thumb hash client, because we're actually on the client at this point in the multi-image uploader. And that's different from the server, where we can use the sharp package and RGBA to thumb, all this stuff. Thumb hash from source URL doesn't work on a client very well. I think it's sharp that basically doesn't allow you to work on a client or something. But anyway, regardless of that, we need to make a new function. So export async function generate thumb hash from file. File is going to be file, and we say const image equals new image. So we're reading the file into a buffer here. Image.source equals url.create object URL file. Await new promise resolve. We want to resolve on load. Image on load equals resolve. So then we just want to create a canvas to draw the image. Document.create element canvas. Sorry, just to go back onto this, right? The reason we're doing this, I just realized, is because, yeah, with a file, it's different. We haven't got a URL here, and with a file, we can, generate the thumb hash from a file rather than a URL. That's why we're doing it ultimately. Const ctx equals canvas.get context 2D as canvas rendering context 2D. Then we're going to set the canvas size. So max size is 100. The scale is math.min, max size divided by image.width, and max size divided by image.height. Canvas.width is going to be math.round image.width times scale. Same for height. Then we're going to draw the image to the canvas. So we're going to say ctx.draw image. Pass in the image 0, 0, canvas dot width and canvas dot height. Get the image data. CTX, which is our context. Get image data 0, 0, canvas width, canvas height. And then we're going to get our thumb hash. So thumb hash equals RGBA to thumb hash from thumb hash. That's going to take in the canvas width, the canvas height, and image data dot data. Finally, we're going to clean up the URL. So revoke object URL, pass in image.source, and return buffer dot from thumb hash dot toString base64. Okay, and that's a client-side file, so we can use that in our multi-image uploader. So generate thumb hash from file, and then const base64 equals create png data URI from the hash. Sweet. Now we say const data equals id uuid, percentage is 0, alt is file.name, key is string, source is string, empty string, base64 for our blurry images, and then done is going to be false. And then new image data.push data. Increment the ID, say const options equals file and uuid, and now we need to create our uploader. And our uploader is effectively what's going to call the multiple different API routes that we're going to create. So we're going to go ahead and create an uploader in our library, uploader.ts. I'm going to say here, export class uploader, chunk size number, threads quantity number, file is going to be file or null, uuid string, uploaded size number, progress cache any, active connections any, counter number, aborted boolean, parts file part array. I need to just quickly go ahead and create that, which is interface file part number e tag, which is something, a header basically, and signed URL string. We're also going to say export interface progress args, which will be sent number, total number, uuid string, percentage number, and key string. And I wonder, we should probably just move this into our types actually. Okay, we're going to say uploaded parts is file part array, file ID is string or undefined, file key key is string or undefined. On progress function is going to take in progress args, and that's going to be progress args. Return void. On error function is going to be error void, and on complete function will be just a function like that. So we've not initialized these yet, and we need to do that by creating a constructor with options, and those options are going to be uploader props we just create. So let's just do interface uploader options file chunk size number threads quantity number and UUID string. So we can just bring that into here, uploader options. Okay, so next we're going to say this dot chunk size is equal to options dot chunk size, or 1024 times 1024 times 5. Basically, this must be bigger than or equal to 0.1 megabytes. Otherwise, AWS will respond with your proposed upload is smaller than the minimum allowed size, because this is what's called a multipart upload in AWS. Multipart upload AWS, and what's that for? It's actually for uploading things in chunks, which is what we're doing here, and it's really for high quality images or videos, something that's, you know, fairly significant in size. So that is why there is this minimum requirement. And so let's continue. Now we will say this dot threads quantity, and this is the number of parallel uploads. We're going to say math.min options.threads quantity, or max images, and then we can say 50. So we choose how many, otherwise we say max images or 50. Cool. And let me just make a note. This is number of parallel uploads. So we can test that out a bit later. This dot file is equal to options dot file. This dot UUID is equal to options dot UUID. This dot aborted equals false. This dot uploaded size equals 0. This dot progress cache is an empty object. This dot active connections, also empty object. Oh, I didn't spell connections correctly. Connections. This dot counter is 0. This dot parts array. This dot uploaded parts is array. File ID is undefined, and file key is also undefined. This dot on progress function is just an empty function like that. Same with the other two. So on error function, on complete function. So we're just initializing all of the values here. Then start is going to be this dot init upload, and that is going to be a function that we're going to create below. Async init upload, or a method on a class, if you like to call it. Try const ext equals this dot file dot name dot split pop. Copy that name, and we're going to split shift. Then we're going to say let file name equal empty string if extension file name plus equal, and we're going to open up a template literal and replace // plus /g with that, meaning we're replacing any spaces or white space with hyphens, dot extension, else file name plus equals name. Okay, just add this catch error, just get rid of that red squiggly. Const image initialization upload input equals name, file name, UUID this.uuid. And then we say const AWS file data output is equal to await API dot post, and we need to just get the init multipart route created so we can do this. So we need to go to our API images, and we want to say init multipart, and we're going to also have a get multipart and a finalize multipart. Okay, each one of these is going to have a route, so let's just delete everything in here. Actually, let's not do that. Let's go back to here, say route.ts, copy this, paste and paste. That was ultimately what I wanted to do. I didn't mean to delete everything in here, but anyway. So kind of copy this. Is going to be a post request anyway. Actually, I don't think get is, but let's see. Posts, sorry, this one certainly is. Okay, so we've got our post request. We're going to say, wrap it in a try and a catch error. And we say if no request to auth forbidden, const data equals await request.json, and then we need to create a schema. And so we're going to go to our schemas, new, we've got our images schema here. So let's just go ahead and start creating our schemas for our multipart uploads stages. So the first stage is get multipart, sorry, init, then it's get, and then it's finalize. So we're going to export const initialize multipart upload schema equals z.object, name is z.string, UUID is z.string. Copy this. I'm going to call this one get multipart upload schema, and that is going to have a file key, a file ID, and parts. And finally, finalize multipart upload schema, which will have a file ID, a file key, and parts is actually going to be a z dot, sorry, I just realized this needs to be a number. Parts here is going to be z dot array of objects where part number is z dot number and e tag z dot string. Okay, so now we've got all our schemas. We can go back to continuing this. So we want to say const validated equals initialize multipart upload schema dot save parse data, and then if no validated dot success return next response dot error. And then we say name UUID is extracted from validated dot data, and we create a key. So key is going to be uploads / UUID / name. We're going to say default is MIME type, and we're going to import our MIME types. So equals await import MIME types dynamic import there. Const mime equals mime type dot lookup name, and const multipart params is going to be create multipart upload command input from AWS client S3. It's going to have a bucket, which is our next public bucket name. A key is going to be our key, but we're going to replace that with, just in case it already hasn't been done, this, in case someone tries making it without going through the front end. That needs to be like that. So that's just some server-side validation there as well. And then spread and say mime, and content type is mime. Const command equals new create multipart upload command, multipart params, and then const multipart upload equals await S3 dot send command. S3 is our S3 bucket that we built before here, so we've exported that and we're popping in the command there, and then we're going to return next response .json with our file ID multipart upload ID, as well as file key multipart upload.key, and the status will be 200. For this, we can just return next response.error, and we could probably console.log error in initialization or initializing multipart upload error. Cool. Okay, got our API endpoint. Just making a quick interjection here. We actually misspelt this, so it should be uploads. So please update that, and then let's get back to it. In our uploader, we're going to, we also need to add those API endpoints to our endpoints. So we can say init multipart upload is API images init multipart get, and what was the other one? Finalize. So 3 stages here, and add some commas. Okay, so yeah, our post request, what did we return just then? We returned the file ID, which is going to be a string, and the file key string. Okay, open that up. Endpoints dot images dot init multipart upload, and in here we're going to pass in JSON as image initialization, like that. Image initial, so basically what we just created. Then we're going to say this dot file ID, because this is on a class, remember, equals AWS file data output dot file ID, and same with the key. And same with the key. So file key. Right. Now we're going to retrieve pre-signed URLs from AWS. Const number of parts equals math.seal number this.file.size divided by this.chunk size. Const AWS multipart file data input equals file ID this.file ID, file key this.file key, parts number of parts. Okay, next we're going to say const URLs response is equal to await API dot post, and we need again to go in and do our get multipart API route. So get multipart is going to be export const post. In fact, we can just copy this. Where is it? Init. Copy that, paste that into here. We've got some stuff here we can use and reuse. So JSON, yes, that's not going to be that. It's going to be get multipart upload schema. And these data bits are going to be file key, file ID, file key, and parts. Then we don't need to create a key. We just need to, don't need the MIME types either. We need to say const multipart params is equal to, and this is the upload part command input type. So here we're going to say bucket is env dot that, key is file key, and upload ID is file ID. And what's it saying here? Part number. Yeah, that's true. We are going to omit part number from here because we're adding it at a later stage. Part number. Okay, now we're going to say, just get rid of all this actually. It's confusing us. Const promises is promise string array is equal to array, and we want to say const, we need to actually install a package here, bun add at AWS SDK /S3 request pre-signer, and that allows us to pre-sign URLs that can then be used for a limited amount of time. And so we say get signed URL equals await import that package AWS SDK, and then we say const upload part command equals await import at AWS SDK client S3. Don't think we did that in our previous route either, did we? Upload part command. Did we dynamically get that? No, we didn't. So we can just say this. Yeah, dynamically use it instead. I like that. Okay. Finalize. Okay, I'm in the wrong one. Didn't realize. Copy that. Delete everything in here. Get. Paste that. So yeah, did not realize I was in the wrong one. Maybe cross out all of this stuff here because don't need it. Cool. We say for let index equals 0. Index is less than parts index plus equal 1. For loop. Const command equals new upload part command. Spread our multi-part params, and remember we needed that part number. Well, that's where we're adding it, and that's going to be index plus 1. Then promises.push get signed URL, pass in our S3 and our command. That's what that requires, and then we have signed URLs equals await promise.all promises. Then we just get the part signed URL list by saying signed URLs.map and then signed URL index. And we return an object with signed URL and part number as, well, that's supposed to be capital P, index plus 1. That's what we want to return. We want to return our parts, which are going to be part signed URL list. Excellent. Next we can say in getting multipart upload. So that all seems to be good. We can go ahead and start using that in our API.post. We want parts which are going to be file part array, and open that up. Endpoints.images.get multipart upload, and then the JSON is going to be AWS multipart file data input, like that. Okay, next we say const new parts equals URLs response.parts, this.parts.push. Again, we're on a class here, so we can just push the new parts into our effectively state. And then say this.send next, which is another function we are going to create. On the error, we're going to say await this.complete. That's error. Okay. So for send next, we're going to say send next, and it's going to give active connections equals object.keys this.active connections length. We can just comment this out because we'll need to make it in a bit later. If active connections is more than or equal to this.threads quantity, which we define, or it could be max images, then we just return. If no this.parts.length, if no active connections, this.complete, again, we need to create this. In fact, we might as well do that. So async complete is going to take in an error, and it's going to take in that. If error, we're going to run this.on error function. Error. Return. Okay, we'll come back to this because we need to actually add a complete the request here. Okay, and ultimately it's this.on complete function, but we need to actually complete the rest of the request. So we just did this for the sake of adding it here for now. And oh, that should say error. Okay, this.complete, we can just return here like that. Then in the rest of our send next body, we're going to say const part equals this.parts.pop. And then if this.file and part, so we're just popping off one of the parts, const send size equals part.part number minus 1 times this.chunk size that we've defined. Const chunk equals this.file.slice sent size plus this.chunk size as file. Okay, const send chunk started equals this.send next this.send chunk, which we need to create. So we're going to just go ahead and say send chunk is going to be chunk file part send chunk started as any, return new promise resolve reject this.upload, and we need to create that as well. So basically we have a chain of dependencies here, as you can see. We'll come and finish the upload part in a minute, but for now, send chunk started, so this is going to send next, and so this is going to send next, and so now we say chunk part send chunk started dot then, and this dot send next. So we're just kind of iterating over the chunks. Catch error, and then this dot parts dot push part, this dot complete error. Okay, do you see what's going on there? So yeah, there's a bit of a dependency chain in terms of the functions, but basically we are sending the parts to this function. We're working out the active connections, getting more parts, splitting them into chunks, and sending the chunks for processing. So we'll go ahead and start finishing off our send chunk function, and we need to do that by creating our upload. We're going to say upload is file part, and send chunk started as any again, same as send chunk, and we're going to say uploading each part with its pre-signed URL. And in here we are going to return a new promise, which is going to have a resolve or reject parameters. And it's going to say if this dot file ID and this dot file key const part number index equals part dot part number plus or -1. This dot active connections part number index equals new XML HTTP request. So this is how we're going to kind of string back the data from the server. Then we say const xhr equals this dot active connections part number index, and that's for each part. So basically we're streaming back data from the server for each part in order to get the chunk data, so we can calculate the percentage of uploaded, how much is uploaded. So then we say send chunk started. Okay, and that is, if you remember, it is our passed in here, which is this dot send next. So it's basically recursively running this. Const progress listener, and we need to create a handle progress function, which we will do above. In fact, no, let's do it below. So we say handle upload progress. It's going to take in a part and an event. Any part is going to be a number. If this dot file, if event dot type, or let's just say progress error abort dot includes event type. So if that's the event type, then this dot progress cache is going to be part equals event dot loaded. And the event type, wonder if we can get that progress event, because we do know what that is. Don't need to make that any. And I think actually send chunk started, we can type this now, is basically a function that is void. So that void. Okay. And then we'll continue with our function here. If event.type is equal to uploaded, we say this dot uploaded size plus equal this dot progress cache part or 0. And we delete this dot progress cache part. Const in progress is equal to object dot keys, this dot progress cache, map number reduce memo ID, and we're going to say memo plus this dot progress cache ID 0. Okay, let's see where we're going wrong here. Map and reduce. Yeah, that's pretty much it, I think. The only issue is it's not saving because of this. Here we go. Okay. Then const sent equals math.min this dot uploaded size plus in progress, and then this dot file dot size, so whichever one's smaller. Const total equals this dot file dot size, and const percentage equals math dot round sent divided by total times 100 to get the percentage. This dot on progress function, we're going to say sent total percentage key is going to be this dot file key as string, and UUID is going to be this dot UUID. Boom. That's our handle upload progress. So let's go ahead and use it here. So uncomment that. This dot handle upload progress dot bind this and part dot part number -1. And then we say xhr dot upload dot add event listener progress listener. So, and then we just need to add a few more events. Xhr add event listener, gonna have error, abort, and load end. And then xhr dot open put part dot signed URL, xhr dot on ready state change equals if xhr dot ready state. So why are we not getting the types here? Let's have a look. New HTML xhr. Okay, that's why. So that would be basically an xt. Let's see. Extends. So yeah, we kind of can type this as this. There we go. Ready state equals 4, and xhr.status equals 200. Open that up. Const etag, and you remember we added these etag headers in our S3 bucket permissions. So if you go to your AWS account, you should see in the, I think it's either the cores or the permissions JSON file or JSON that we added, there will be the allow etag header. That's why we do that for this. xhr.get response header etag. So we get the header. If etag const uploaded part equals part number part number etag dot replace all, And then we're just going to replace any quotation marks like that with nothing. So I'm going to do that. Then this dot uploaded parts push uploaded part as file part, although that should, no, we can, yeah, it's not, just say satisfies file part. Does it not satisfy file part? Signed URL is declared here. Okay, let's just say as file part then. And then we say resolve xhr.status and delete this.active connections part.part number -1. Okay, next one, we're going to say xhr.onError equals error any reject error delete basically this. Copy this to onAbort. And finally xhr.send file. Okay, so now we've got that. That is our upload. We're going to continue with this. Send chunk is going to say this.upload chunk part and send chunk started. So we're just passing in those and we're getting the data back in a promise format status. If status does not equal 200, we want to open up and reject the promise with a new error of failed chunk upload and return. And then we resolve with status. Then we say .catch error and reject error like that. Okay, so we still haven't actually got the complete request, so we need to still build that, and that is run right at the end of the, where is it? Here. Oh, so we have got that complete request, this.complete. Okay, yeah, no, we still need to complete this. So we need to say async send complete request, and that is going to say try if this dot file ID and this dot file key const image finalization multipart input equals, and that's going to be our, actually we don't need to type that, let's just leave that as is. File ID, this dot file ID, file key, this dot file key, parts, this dot uploaded parts, and then const result equals await API dot post, and we need to go ahead and add the endpoints dot images dot finalize multipart upload and pass that in as the body. So JSON is going to be image finalization multipart input, right? And then we can return the result. Close our if statement, add a catch error, and say console.log complete request issue error. Okay, where are we going wrong here? If try catch. Okay, yeah, there we go. So we'll finish this off. Try await this dot send complete request, catch error, this dot on error function, error as error, and then this dot complete function. So that's good. Now there's just a few more minor things to do at the end, which is on progress is going to have an on progress event or any type. And then we're going to say this dot on progress function is equal to on progress, and we're going to return this. Copy that. On error. And we're just going to say on error like that. Okay. Copy that. Complete. And then finally, abort for const id in this dot active connections, this dot active connections id dot abort, and then this dot aborted equals true. So yeah, you can see this whole upload component is, there's a lot going on here. Might need to take some time to digest everything. There's a bit of a chain of dependencies. We need to now go ahead and create our final API route, which is our API.post finalize multipart upload. So we're going to go ahead and do that. API finalize multipart upload. Just copy this, paste that into here, delete all of this. Error finalizing multipart upload. Okay, if no request.auth forbidden const data equals await request.json, const validated equals finalize multipart upload schema dot safe parse data, if no validated dot success, return next response dot error, and then const file id file key parts equals validated dot data. And again, import our MIME type from await import MIME types, and then const MIME equals MIME type lookup file key. And then we're also going to get Lodaash's order by, because it's a fast and efficient way of doing order by. So we'll say bun add Lodaash / order by. Oh, let's just see how do we install this. npm Lodaash dot order by, my bad. Dot order by, like that. Okay, that doesn't work either. Oh, capital B, that's why. Cool, and we're going to say default order by equals await import Lodaash dot order by. And we need to add types here. Bun add -d at types Lodaash. Bun dev, or do we need bun add -d at types Lodaash dot order by? Let's see. Yeah, okay. Bun remove at types Lodaash, since we don't need those. Okay. Now const multipart params equals bucket env dot next public S3 bucket name. We can just make these the complete multipart upload command input. Key is going to be file key upload ID is going to be file ID. Multipart upload will be, got to make sure these are in the right order. So that's why we use order by. Parts, order by parts, or order by part number, ascending ASC, like that. And then we're just going to finally, in this spread, mime, and if it exists, content type mime. Next, we're going to say const complete multipart upload command equals await import at AWS client S3 const command equals new complete multipart upload command with multipart params, and then we say const payload equals await s3.send import s3.send command, and finally return next response.json with URL payload.location and key is payload.key. It's going to have status 200. Cool. That seems to be about it for that. Uploader is pretty much done as well. Don't think I've missed anything here. But yeah, there's a lot of code, and obviously we're probably going to run into a few errors. So let's see. Hopefully not, but let's see. Next, we're going to start building out our uploader component and testing. So we're going to go back to our multi-image uploader component, just bring that across and say const uploader. This is how we use this new uploader class. We pass in these options and we say uploader.onProgress. We pass in progress args, and we return if progress.percentage does not equal data.percentage, then data.source is going to be env.next public s3 URL /progress.key. We're setting the source, and then we're saying data.key equals progress.key or null or empty string. Then we need to use the handle item progress function. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Handle item progress, UUID, progress is progress.percentage. Const clone equals items.concat new image data set items clone. Then on error, so we're just tapping into some of the events on that class. Set is uploading false, and console.error error. Then .on complete data.done is equal to true. We're going to clone the items again. Items.concat new image data.map item, and we're going to return an object where we spread the item and we add percentage 100 to that. Then we set items to the clone. We replace the items, which is the use field array hook replace function. Clone.map item, and we return an object with source item.source and alt item.alt. That should be sufficient for the React form state. And then we set is uploading to false. Then we just say uploader.start. Boom. One last thing for this particular set files call is items. We need to add these as dependencies, handle item progress and replace. Okay, that's the set files done. Now we just say const remove equals I number. So this is removing an image. Set items is going to be prev.filter item.id does not equal index. And then replace, same thing, except it's going to be items. .filter item.id does not equal I. Okay, let's start building out our UI. Return div, the class name of space y3. We're just going to wrap this in a CN because we also want to add our class name from our props. And here we're going to create a drag and drop component. Drag and drop. And then we're going to say relative overflow hidden rounded LG. That's going to contain our drag and drop context. So we'll start with our drag and drop component, but first of all, we're going to need to get rid of our overlay for the image, which I believe is still there. So let's just check. Oh no, sorry, the overlay for the image is still there for this though. So yeah, we just need to go ahead and get rid of that. So that is on our classified form page. So page admin classifieds. Create classified dialog set is open to set is modal open. There we go. Okay, so we just need to set this like that, and that's going to be set is modal open, or yeah, set is modal open. And now we create new, and then there we go. Great. It's not a very good transition though. Don't know why that's happening, but okay. Nevertheless, that's not what we're here for. We're going to go ahead and go back to our form and start building out our component, which at the moment is images up to 20 by the looks of it. So images up to 20, got all of that. Yeah, where's images up to 20 coming from? Let's just take a look. Classified form. Okay, so we need to import our multi-step uploader form. Just give that a name of name, which we'll bring in here. Name, and we don't want these, we just want on change. We're handling everything else internally there. So name and on change is equal to on change. Cool. That's that. Images up to 20. There we go. So now we just can return. Let's just do low. Yeah, that looks good. Go back to our this and say class name of text muted. Cool. Okay, we're going to build out our drag and drop component. So let's say drag and drop.tsx, export const drag and drop. This is our UI for the drag and drop image. So drag and drop props, interface drag and drop props. It's going to be is uploading boolean set is uploading loading boolean void. Items is classified images. Oh, don't have classified images type. Need to export this from our types then. Update classified type. Okay. Images. Set files is going to be valid files. File array. And we're going to return void. So let's just destructure our props. Equals props. And then const, supposed to say props, const drop ref is use ref with HTML div element set to null. And then input ref is same thing, use ref, but HTML input element set to null. We're going to have a files rejected array. Set files rejected equals use state. It's just going to be a string array. Empty array. And then const is error. Set is error. Use state. Status false. Message is empty. Okay. Now once again we've got a few functions to create, so we need to do const clear error is equal to use callback, and we're just going to give that an empty array. Const handle files rejected is use callback. Again, just going to instantiate that. And then const handle upload is going to be e with change event HTML input element, and handle click is going to be input ref dot current dot click. Handle drop is going to be e drag event, and we're going to return some data. A lot of this we can actually copy from our original image, but there are some slight differences given this is a multiple image uploader. And then const handle drag over is equal to e drag event. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to our single image uploader and see what we can get. So first of all, this can be added to this. Save that, cross that out, okay. And then what we're going to do is start building out these functions. So for clear error, set is error to status false message. So it's just clearing the error like that. For our handle files rejected, we're going to pass in a file size too big string array and say if file size too big dot length Then set files rejected to prev, and then spread the prev and spread the file size too big. Wrap that in a statement like that. Okay, handle upload is going to say e.prevent default, e.stop propagation, clear error, set files rejected to empty array, and if e.target.files and e.target.files.length is more than 0, if max images is less than e.target.files.length plus items.length, because we want to check what exists in the current state, then set is error to status true and message you can only upload a maximum of max images. Okay, return. Then const file size too big is going to be array.from e.target.files filter file.size is more than max image size, and then we say .map file.main. So we get the names of the files where they're too big, and we say handle files rejected, files size too big, and then const valid files equals array.from e.target.files filter file is going to be file.size is less than or equal to max image size. Those are the valid files. If valid files dot length, set is uploading to true, and set files to valid files. And we don't have a set files. Where is it? Oh, my bad. Set files. There we go. Next, we say e.target.value is equal to empty string. And we do that because sometimes if you upload the same image twice, or sorry, an image with the same name twice, so you know, maybe you have two different images but they both have the same name, then basically it doesn't work and you run into some errors. So I think that's what that fixes. So now we're going to go ahead and go into our handle drop event, and it's going to be very similar. So actually we copy a lot of this code and paste it into here, and we just change where necessary, which is pretty much e.dataTransfer.files. So data transfer dot files, data transfer dot clear data. That's pretty much it for the handle drop. Handle drag over, that's fine. We can also add a state for is dragging, const is dragging over, set is dragging over equals use state false, and we can just set that to handle drop will be set is dragging over to false. Just make sure I've got that right. Single image uploader, dragging over is on drag leave actually. Handle drag over. Okay, we'll copy these. Handle drag enter. Stop then. Yeah, let's just copy these over. Set dragging over. Okay, that's my bad. Set dragging over is dragging over again. That's fine. Set dragging over. We don't need to add that here. Drag event. What's going on is not a generic. Where's drag event coming from then? Let me just see. Single image uploader drag event is coming from here, yeah. So it should be the same. Okay. So yeah, got all these. Let's just start building out our component. One other thing is, before we go ahead, is we need to add a use effect, a use effect for basically handling the drag over events. So we're going to say const div equals drop ref dot current if div dot add event listener drop handle drop. What's going on here? Div element. Oh, where is the drop event handle drop? Drag event. E. Oh, HTML div element. What? Okay. Let's get rid of that then. Where's this drag event? Must not be from React. Drag event is from where? Okay, from Node. All right, so let's just basically say react.drag event here then. React.drag event. That's better. And then div.add event listener drag over is going to be handle drag over. And again, that's not okay, so we can just get rid of this. So we're just using the drag event again. So get rid of that, get rid of that. And then we're going to say drag leave, handle drag leave, and drag enter as well. Drag enter, handle drag enter. And then we just clear the use effect by saying if div we want to remove event listener for all of those. Use effect needs to be imported, and it looks like does not specify all of its dependencies. Let's just ignore linked. Okay, and then there is one more use effect we need to add. Use effect. If files rejected dot length, we want to set is error to status true and message files rejected dot length image files rejected dot length is more than one. Add s, otherwise don't add s. And then say exceeds or exceeded convert to MB. Remember that function we made? Max image size limit And then we're going to just put /n, which is a line break. And we're going to say files rejected dot join and open that up, put a comma, / and an n, and that should nicely format the names of the files. We're going to give this a files rejected dependency. Now let's go ahead and return a React fragment because we want to add a div with a ref of dropRef and a class name of cn. First of all, it's going to be relative flex h36 cursor pointer flex call items center justify center rounded nd border dashed and border muted 75. Then is error dot status and border dashed, although border is already dashed, so we can just say border destructive, border red 500, let's say, and then is uploading and pointer events none. Okay, inside this, not just a standard HTML input with a self-closing tag. It's going to be disabled, is uploading, multiple is true, typed is going to be file. Okay, next is going to be ref equals input ref, accept is going to be image /**, class name hidden, and on change will be handle upload. Then we're going to have a div with a class name of flex wfull hfull flex call items center justify center text center font medium. We're also going to make this dynamic. And we're going to say is uploading and opacity 75 and is uploading or is dragging over. Okay. Also, we want to give this the handle click, so on click equals handle click. We need to on key down equals handle click. Okay. Image plus is the icon. Class name equals mxauto mb3 h auto w9 text gray 400 p.mb1. It's going to have a span with text primary. It's going to say upload files. Let's just see how we're getting on. Nowhere to be seen because we haven't even imported it in our multi-image uploader. Oh, forgot to re-import that. So this takes in is uploading, set is uploading, what else? Items and set files. Items equals items, set files equals set files. Okay, great. Here it is. Let's go back down, finish it off. So another span with a class name of ml1 and text muted 75. That's going to say or drag and drop. Underneath this P, we're going to have a P with a class name of text extra small and text muted. I'm going to do 75 again. It's going to say PNG, JPG, WebP up to convert to MB, max image size, and each. There we go. You can see that's starting to come together now. Let's just see here. The label doesn't look ideal. NT1, T4. Nope, that's the wrong one. What am I doing? Multi-image uploader. Space Y 3. Ah, yeah, I forgot the label is actually outside, so it's in the classified form. So actually, we want to say MT2 and T1. Yeah. Okay. So our drag and drop component, let's continue finishing this off, is uploading, and div with a class name of absolute inset 0 flex item center justify center bg white bg opacity 50 loader 2 is going to be class name of h6w6 animate spin, and that's going to be our loader when it's uploading. When any images are uploading, or when you drag and drop them initially, it will show the loading spinner. Okay, then yeah, we want to come out of this box and say is error.status, which is either true or false, and say div with a class name of flex w full flex wrap justify between and md mt3. Inside here, class name text sm, font medium, and text red 500. Give that a p or a span even, and that is going to say is error.message. So that's our error message. So that's it. That is actually our uploader now working. Ultimately, we need to display the images, but this is everything that we need in order to actually upload images. So let me just bring this across, make this go into here a bit, close that, save, and then, yeah, let's just test out what it's like when we drag and drop an image. Oof, moment of truth, that is a lot of code. So let's see. So I'm going to drag an image. You can see it's dragged over like that. In our network, we should see some, well, multiple API requests. Init, get, and finalize. Boom. All successful. And then we finally get this URL here from our finalize multipart upload. Let's copy it, paste it. Boom. Nice. If I just clear this, drop these images in, drop, boom. They're all being uploaded, and they're all uploaded like that. Okay. So, great. We're working. We've got it working. Now we just need to get the images into the drag and drop state. So now let's go ahead and create our drag and drop component, or our drag and drop context component, sorry. So we're going to do that here next to our drag and drop component, drag and drop context. And this we're going to export const drag and drop context, and that's going to have props. Looks like we need to disable our cursor. Let me just go ahead and do that. Settings, cursor settings, and cursor tab. Where is it? Auto scroll. Okay, let me just open this up. Cursor tab, disable. Cool. So our props there, and we're just going to put any for now. We'll come back to that in a second. What I want to do for now is just import this component to the top of our, where is it? Our classified form. So multi-image uploader, that is in our classified form. So where are we? Let's just look for a drag and a drop here. So yeah, I want to import this, but I want to import it dynamically. So I'm going to say import dynamic from next dynamic. And then I'm going to say const drag and drop context. And the reason we want to import this dynamically is so we can show a loading state for the images when they don't exist. So for example, if a load of images do exist and we're editing the listing, we want to just show them as loading. Import, let's say dnd drag and drop context, dot then mod, and mod dot drag and drop context like that, comma, SSR is going to be false. What's going on? Let's just change this. What is going on here? Oh, props any. Okay, probably do need to define those, but let's just delete that for now. Promise. Use client. Return null for now. There we go. Okay, then loading is going to be just going to return a div with a class name of gap3 grid calls 2 sm grid calls 3 nd grid calls 6. Okay. Now we're just going to iterate over an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dot map, get the index or the item element in the array, and return a div with a key of I and the class name of h32 rounded md w full and bg gray by 100. And in fact, let's just change that to a skeleton and get rid of this. Okay, looks like we need to close that. Boom. Right, so let's just test this out by opening this and inspect. We'll go to here and we'll look for suspense. Suspense in here, suspense. That's not the one. Next one. Looks like there's only one suspense, which is odd. Because we probably haven't imported it, that's why. There we go. Okay, did you see that? Let's have a look. Yes, this one. Okay. Cool, that looks average. It's probably not what we want exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go back. And H32. Okay. Yeah, we can change that to like 20. Okay. What we'll do is, yeah, no, sorry, that 32 probably was fine. It's just the size of the screen isn't actually changing here. Grid calls 2, grid calls 3, ND grid calls 6. So what is SM? There. Okay. I think by the looks of it, we need a ND grid calls like 5, and then LG grid calls 6. Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to it because we need to set the size of our images anyway. Let's continue with our drag and drop context component. So we're going to have to install some packages here, which are bun add at dnd-kit /sortable to give us the ability to sort our images. Then bun add at dnd-kit /core. Okay, and we can then continue. So we'll give this a props, and that'll be drag and drop context props. And we'll say interface drag and drop context props replace items, and that's just our replace function from the use field array. Classified images equals void, or returns void. Items will be classified images, and render item is going to be item classified images, or image, sorry. We can create that here by going type classified image equals classified images number, like that. That should give us just one. Yeah. Classified image, and that's going to return a JSX.element to import JSX. Import type JSX from React. Save all of this, and let's just get rid of that search. I don't know what's highlighting this. What is going on here? Why is it doing that? Very annoying. Get rid of that. What is happening? I have no idea. Why is it highlighting it all in red? That is, yeah, something I haven't seen before. Oh, is it because of this cursor tab again? Disable. Save that, cross it out, go back. Okay, fixed. Random. Next, we'll destructure our props. So place items and render item. And we're going to say const active ID, which is the active element we're dragging effectively. Use state. And that is going to be null. But we're going to type it with number or null, because it's a number. Then const sensors, and we're going to get these sensors from dnd-kit core. So import use sensors from at dnd-kit core. We just want to go ahead and say use sensors. This is just what allows us to sense the dragged items. Use sensor. So use one sensor, pointer sensor from dnd-kit core, and use sensor keyboard sensor. And we're going to give the keyboard sensor a config of coordinator getter and sortable keyboard coordinates, which is going to come from sortable. So import, we'll just copy that from @dnd-kit sortable. Next, we'll get the active item with a use memo hook, and we're going to give that a function that is going to search for the items from that we're passing in as props, find item, and then item.id is equal to active ID, which is our state above. And we'll just give that a dependency array with active ID and items. Then handle drag star is equal to use callback active, and we can just type this actually. Active is going to be active, and it doesn't seem to be coming into this, so let's just go ahead. Oh, maybe I typed it. Nope, active equals active. Close that. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be coming in here, so let's just get that. We're looking for type active. Okay. And what's going on? There we go. Then open that up. Set active ID is going to set the active.id and s number. Give that an empty array. That's a dependency array. Handle drag end will be use callback. And I open up a function with the active and over props and drag end event, which again doesn't seem to be coming in. So type drag end event. Let's just say that there. Close that off. Oh, it's already closed off. Open that up. If over and active.id does not equal over.id. So this is just effectively the management of dragging which item is being dragged over so that it can move away from the item. You'll see when we make the UI, this is what effectively moves the item up from underneath the dragging over item. And then we say const active index equals items.findIndex. Open that up, ID. ID is equal to active.id. You can copy that. You can say instead of active index, over index, and just change over there. So then new items equals array move from dnd-kit sortable items active index and over index. So that's moving the new, basically setting the new items in terms of sortable dnd-kit at least, and then we just want to replace with our use field array the items with new items, so that when we store it in the database, we know that the first item is going to be the item that's used as the main image in the listing. Next, we'll set active ID to null. And finally, we want to just open up a dependency array with items and replace. Okay. And then one more function, const handle drag cancel is equal to use callback. And that's set active ID to null. Empty dependency array. Cool. Next, we'll return dnd context from D&D core and set some props here. Sensors is going to be sensors, which we defined before. Collision detection will be closest center. And these are just props that we're getting from the sortable kit, or at least the D&D core kit. On drag start, well, you know what that'll be. Handle drag start, handle drag end, and handle drag cancel. So end, and then cancel. Okay, open that up. Then we're going to have a div of class name gap3 grid calls to sn grid calls 3 md grid calls 4, and then we can say md grid calls 5. And I believe that is what we set before in our multi-image uploader here. MD grid calls 5 and 6. Maybe we just say 4 and 5. Yeah. 4 and 5. MD, oh, that should say large. Okay. Next, we're going to have sortable context, which is where we are able to sort our images. That's going to have items equals items.map, and we're going to get the ID from the item and return the ID as number. Open that up. Okay. And then strategy will be rect sorting strategy. And you can see what this does. We can find out more. Rect sorting strategy. Okay, so it's actually the default value. So we don't even need that. Could probably just delete that, yeah. And then inside our sortable context, we want to say items.map and then item. And we use our render item, which we passed in as a prop to pass in the item like that. Then underneath here, we want a sortable overlay, which is actually what displays our image, our overlay image. So this is something we need to create. And so as you can see, we're going to have a child component here. We're going to basically open up a new file, which is going to be sortable overlay, and we are going to export const sortable overlay is equal to take in some children. That's going to be props with children, and it looks like it didn't like that. There we go. What is going on here? Oh. Okay. Return drag overlay from D&D sort kit. Drop animation will have a config, which we need to just create. Const drop animation config. It's going to be drop animation equals side effects. We're going to say default drop animation side effects. Open the config up for that. Styles, active, opacity. It's going to be 0.5. Let's just say half the opacity, and we want to just pass that in drop animation config. And we can just pass in the children, which is going to be our elements. So active item, we need to just import this. Render item active item or null. So yeah, that will be our element. And Yeah, that is looking pretty good. So yeah, let's just close that and take a look at where we're at. So what we need to do is just open this up and say replace, which is handle item update. Items, pass in our items, and render item. So this is our sortable kind of item effectively in here. So we need to just take in the item. So as you remember, we have a item here with a classified image and it returns a JSX element. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a sortable item. And this is another component. So sortable item.tsx, use client, and we're going to say export const sortable item equals props, and we want to give this sortable item props interface. Sortable item props will be index, the index of the item, which is the classified image. Don't have, so that can just be classified images, number, and remove is going to have index, number, return void. So that's our remove function, our parent component. Progress will be number, just so we can display that. So this is really our single image item. Sortable item props. Going to just destructure that. So const equals props index item removed progress. Then we just want to get a list of items or props from use sortable. And we want to pass in to use sortable our index. Here we're going to get quite a few things. So attributes, listeners, set node ref, transform, transition, is dragging. So this is just various props to effectively work with, transition, styling, etc. for the item itself. So const style equals transform, which is going to be CSS from another package which we need to install, bun add at dnd-kit /utilities. We'll just get that. Import CSS from at dnd-kit utilities. You can say CSS dot transform dot toString. We pass in our transform from the previous hook. Transition, opacity is dragging, and then we're going to say if is dragging 0.5 or undefined. Return a div with a class name of group relative. Inside here we want a button, and that is going to be imported from our UI directory. Type will be button, and the reason we're having this is because we need to add an X icon like that. It's button, type button, size is going to be icon, data no dnd will be true, draggable will be false, on click will be a function that basically removes. So from the parent component, we passed in the remove function, and then class name absolute Z10 opacity 0. So we don't want to show it on initial until hover. And now we want to say group hover. So group hover because the parent div has the group, and then group hover means if you hover over the group, the parent component, it will show this. So opacity 100, transition opacity right 1.5, top 1.5, H6, W6, and duration 200. Cool, we've got our X icon. Next, open up a div, and that will be ref equals set node ref. We're going to spread attributes, spread listeners, class name will be cursor move, style will be style, and inside here we are going to have another div with a class name of relative, overflow hidden, rounded LG. Open that up, item.done. Remember we added the done property for loading. So when our uploader marks the item as done, we can basically show the image. So we say item.done, we get a div with a class name of h full rounded LG. Inside that, image ix image, and that can be self-closing. We're going to pass in the alt as item.alt, the source as item.source, and width equals 240, height equals 160, so it's a 3:2 aspect ratio. Quality can just be 25. Blur data URL, which we've been adding to all our images, is item.base64, which we created in the previous, or in the parent component, or in the multi-image uploader component. Placeholder, we're going to basically check if item has base64, blur, otherwise empty. And then class name aspect 3:2 object color. Cool, and let's just say otherwise a div with a class name of aspect 3:2 flex call item center justify center rounded LG BG muted. And inside here we're going to have a span, and inside the span we're going to show progress or 0. One more thing is we just want to add check circle component with a class name of absolute W4 H4 text black, opacity 100, transition opacity, duration 200, group hover is going to be opacity 0. So that's effectively the reverse of what we previously had, where we with the X icon. So you either see the check, and if you hover over that hides the check, and you see the X. Bottom 2, right 2. Great. Next thing we need to do is just import it. Sortable item. And give it a key of item.uuid, which is unique. Index will be item.id as number. Item is going to be item, and then progress will be progress.find p for the item of progress. p.uuid is equal to item.uuid.progress. We can set that as number. And then remove. And that should be everything for our D&D contexts. So let's take a look. There's a lot to consider here. Let's open it up. Let's pray that our images are going to show. So we'll drag and drop a few images once this is loaded. Ah, there we go. Look at that. There's our X. And let's just drag a few more. Boom. And it looks like we need to add the %. So we can do that by basically % like that. So now we've got our images. Can we drag them? Yes, look at that. That is beautiful. Okay. And it looks like we should really have a better, let's see, drag and drop context. I think that was actually fine if we just said MD6. And then let's go ahead and change our actual component here to MD6. Yeah, that looks better. Maybe we should say 5. And it's showing 6, obviously. Yeah, that's fine. Change that to 5. Okay, what is the height of these? Let's take a look. We did set a height on our sortable item. H-6, H-full, 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 H36, no. Oh, it's aspect 3.2, that'll be why. Okay, so let's just say each item has aspect 3.2. There we go. Nice. So yeah, that you see that disappeared because we haven't saved it, but we should now, given we've added all the functionality, be able to just save this if we had a button. So we need to actually add a button. Cool, so let's just go ahead and add that button. Where are we? We need to go to classified form. And here we can add a button underneath the status. So let's just do button. Class. Let's just do type equals submit. Class name w-full. I'm going to just say submit like that. Boom. Okay, we got our button. Let's just say disabled equals is pending. And we also want to add is pending. Do we have loader 2 somewhere? Everywhere. Okay, let's just say here. Let's add it beforehand. Is pending. Do that. Uploader 2. We need to give this a flex and items, or sorry, gap x2. Cool. Got our button. Let's add some images again. Those are all uploading correctly. You can see there's a blur and everything. Submit. And we're back here. Okay, let's go back. Boom. There's our items. Let's make this one the first image. Submit that. Back, and it's still the first image. Refresh. There we go. Excellent. I'm very happy with that. So now we're going to continue with our classified table, which, as you can see, has nothing in it at the moment, but we've got data in the database. So let's just go ahead and start creating the table. We just open our page for our classifieds in our admin. You can see we have the header so far. We're going to crack on with this and just start building out various kind of filtering and effectively everything that we're going to be doing in terms of filtering, like the table sorting and the status, filtering by status, items per page, pagination. It is all going to kind of trickle down. So it's all going to actually happen, the database querying in the page. And so we need to start by just creating some schemas. So we're going to just go ahead and create a pagination schema, pagination.schema.ts. This is going to allow us to validate our pagination. So export const pagination schema equals z.object. Page is going to be z.string because it's ultimately a URL parameter. And we're going to refine that to a number, basically. We're going to say number value is more than 0. And otherwise, we're going to set a message, which is going to be message page must be greater than 0. And then we can actually also just set a default of 1. Yeah, but then we need to just change that to a string. Next, items per page, which is our, if you want to set 10 items per page or 25, this is going to be z.enum with a string of 10, 25, 50, or 100. We're going to refine that similar to how we did above. Val number val is more than 0. Message will be items per page must be greater than 0. Okay, then we will export type pagination type equals z.infer type of pagination schema. Export const validate pagination is a function that we're going to use to validate and use this schema effectively. Pass in the page and the items per page, which can be pagination type. And here we're going to say const data success error equals pagination schema dot safe parse page items per page. If error, we want to console.log the validation error, and we can just say validation error. Oh, looks like I forgot a equals here. Under that, if no success, we're just going to return default values, which is page 1 and items per page 10. Now, otherwise we'll return data, which is what basically is the real values page and items per page. The thing is here, we should technically be able to set this as default to 10. Okay. And then if no success, we don't really need this, I think. That's pretty good for our pagination schema. So we're just going to go ahead and create a new schema now. Table sort.schema.ts. We're going to export const classifieds table sort schema. That's going to be z.object order z.enum ascending, descending. Those are the two values we can use to pass into Prisma. Default will be descending. And then the sorting fields we want to sort by, so that again will be an enum. And those fields are going to be status, title, VRM, ID, views. We still need to implement our views in our middleware. Year, color, price, and created at. And the default is going to be created at. Then we'll just export type admin classified sort type or classifieds table sort type equals z.infer type of classifieds table sort schema. And then similar to the pagination, we're going to say export function validate sort order. And we're going to use this function for both our classifieds and our customers table. Therefore, we need to make it dynamic. So we're going to pass in a tschema type as a generic type. Args, we're going to pass in effectively some arguments for interface validate sort order args. And that's going to have a tschema type. Sort will be string, order will be string, schema will be tschema type extends classifieds table sort type, and then that's a condition. If that's the case, type classifieds table sort type, classifieds table sort type, or we need to actually create this other type, which we'll just put as any for now. Or actually, yeah, let's just put classifieds table sort typed for now. And then we can just pass that as validate sort order args. So we'll come back to that when we but also need to pass in the tschema type as the generic. But yeah, we'll come back to that when we create our customers sorting table, because ultimately they're going to be very similar. Okay, next, since this is a function, we open up const sort order schema equals args, and then const data success error equals schema dot safe parse. What is our schema? Tschema type extends. What's going on here? Safe parse doesn't work on schema. Why is schema? Maybe we need to just say type of classifieds table sort schema. Yeah, there we go. Safe parse sort order if error console.log validation error, and then if no success, we can just return sort is undefined, order is also undefined, and return data. Let's go back to our page now, and we can start using some of these. So const page items per page is equal to validate pagination. We're going to pass in the page, which is going to be search params dot page to make that optional, as string or 1 just to be safe in case the default value doesn't work. Items per page will be the same, search params dot page as 10 or 10, just because that's an enum. So we've got our page and our items per page. We can just console.log page items per page. What's going on here? Or undefined. Okay, how's it? Okay, we need to add that. Yeah. Okay, so now we've always got a value returning from here. Let's just go ahead and say /, items per page is 10. There we go, look. There's always these. Let's just say items per page is 25. And okay, doesn't seem to be 25. Let's see, page equals 2. Getting an error. Items per page expected value received 2. That isn't items per page though. Items per page. Items per page. Default 1 page. That is odd. Received 2 for items per page. Incorrect. Console.log. Oh, I messed up. Items per page. There we go. Okay. So let's just say page 2. Yeah, okay. So page 2 works. Items per page. Items per page equals. That's why I wasn't showing 25 before. There we go. And then if I just say like a random number like 45, which we don't have, it gives us 10 because this errored out from the validation point of view. So that looks good. Next, we'll say const sort order equals validate sort order, and we can just pass in our classified sort table sort type, and that gives us type safety. Sort is going to be search params dot sort as, and we need to just get the classified keys. So we want to basically get what keys we're sorting by, which we have here. So we'll just copy these and we'll go to our types. We're going to say export type classified keys equals pick or keyoff pick, which is a TypeScript function or generic. I'm going to say classified from Prisma client, and we're going to put a comma, and we're just going to give this, we need to change these commas to lines like that. And then classified needs to come from Prisma client. Boom. So these are classified keys. You can see that's now a union of keys. And we can say this is as classified keys. Next, order. Search params dot order as ascending or descending. Only two options there. And then schema will be our classifieds table sort schema. All right. And similarly, that is going to, if we say our sort order, so let's just see, we go to our schema here, sort and order. Let's just say, it's console.log, sort and order. And I say sort equals, remember we only have ascending or descending. Let's just say random string of text, we get undefined. So basically it just doesn't sort anything by anything. And then similarly, if I do what we sort, if I do order, we do, so order, again, like that. Order, if I say ASC, that will give me sort by created at and ascending. So we need both, basically. We can't just have one, which is why we return undefined and undefined. And then again, if I say, let's do and order, sort equals status. Now we've got sort status and order ascending. Perfect. Cool. Now we need to get our offset, which is going to help with our pagination. Number, we're going to get our page -1 times number items per page. Then we need to basically create another schema for our filters. So we're going to go ahead and go table filters.schema.ts. And this is for our, filters at the top in the header, which we've already created. Export const admin classified filter schema is equal to z.object q, which is our search, z.string.optional. Status will be z.enum, and we're going to give it a default value of all, and then we're just going to spread object.values classified status, and we're going to make this optional. Okay, and default will be all. So let's just bring that to here. Cool. We can say data error equals admin classified filter schema.saveParse search params. If error console.log validation error. Cool. Now we're going to go ahead and use all of this to start querying our classifieds. So const classifieds equals await prisma dot classified dot find may where. We're going to say ... so we're spreading if data dot q exists, then we can add title contains data.q mode and sensitive. So that's if we're searching, we basically search the title of the classified only. Can obviously expand that, but that's what we're doing for now. Similarly, data.status and data.status does not equal all, then status is data.status. Order by will be, we're going to give that an open bracket, a key of sort as string. So that's our key. And then our order is order as ascending or descending. Okay. And our order by here is failing because why? Because we haven't closed our where clause. Next, include images. I'm going to take one because we only need to display one here. Skip is going to be offset, so we're skipping that many. Need to add a comma here. And then tate will be number items per page. Excellent. Let's bring that out and get rid of that. My bad. Cool. Yeah, no errors for now. Now, in addition, we need to get the count. So const await prisma.classify.count, and that's going to have the same where clause as this. Cool. Where. And then finally, total pages equals math.ceiling count / which is divided by number items per page. And so that's dynamically calculated by the items per page, effectively. Now we just need to install our table from ShadCN. So bunx ShadCN add table. So bundev, we're going to go ahead and create a table, and that is going to be table, which we just downloaded or installed as a package. Then we're going to have our header, so classifieds table header. We're going to just break these into various components. We're going to have a table body here, so we just import that, and we can obviously map over our classified table row, which we need to create, and then a footer. So table footer, which we're actually going to make a dynamic footer. So okay, for now we'll go ahead and create our classifieds table header. Let's go into where are we? Components, classified. So classifieds table header. So we're going to say const classified keys, and that's going to be our classified keys equals, and we just want to say ID views. In fact, we can get them all from here. Change these into commas like that. And what was it saying here? Never read, string is not signable. Can we just say as const read only, never read. Okay, let's just get rid of this. Okay. Export const classifieds table header equals props, and then we're going to just get classified table header props, which we need to create. So first we're going to go interface classified table props extends page props, because yeah, we have search params, for example. Classifieds, which will be classified array. The sort will be classified keys. Order will be ascending, descending. Current page will be number, and total pages will be number. Okay, and then from here we can get our classifieds table header props equals pick. We're going to get our classifieds table props. We're just going to pick the sort and order from here. Okay. Classifieds table, yeah, that makes sense. Pick what's going on. Circularly, my bad. That needs to be classified table props like that. Okay. So we've got our props from here. We want to say const sort, initial sort, order, initial order equals props. So just renaming those because we want to get sort and order from the query state. So we're going to say set sort equals use query state. And here we're going to get sort like that. That's the name of the query key. Parse as string literal. Pass in classified keys. So we can just effectively validate that these are being correctly parsed with default initial sort. With options shallow false to make sure that we are always getting the freshest data each time these are being updated. Next, copy that and just change this to order. Order, give this a capital O. Cool. And then handle sort function, which will take in a new sort of classified keys. If new sort is equal to sort, then set order is going to be equal to ascending, otherwise we say descending or ascending. Then else set sort, new sort, set order, ascending. Oop, and to say set order like that, and that also needs to be okay. Initial order, what's going on here? Initial order, what's going on? Ascending, descending, use query straight. Yeah, okay, need to update this. So I'm just going to go into our constants and I'm going to export const sort order equals ASC DESC as const. Close that and I'm going to import that. So sort order. Okay, there we go. And then this also needs to be sort order. Cool, we got our handle sort function done. Now we can start building out our table return. Table header from our table UI component. Table row. Table head. And our table head will have obviously multiple, effectively the amount of columns in our table. We'll give this a class name of hover, bg transparent. We don't want to give that any hover. Border primary 800. Table head. Let's just open that up. That's div. Class name. Flex items. Center. Gap to cursor. Pointer. And then we're going to have an on-click handler. On-click equals handle sort. And we're just passing in the ID here because this is going to be our ID. And we're going to get a icon. So go ahead to our shared documents or our shared files here and say sort icon.tsx. This is a dynamically kind of generated icon. We want it to, you know, be pointing in opposite directions depending on how it's being sorted, you know, up or down for descending. And so we're going to say export function sort icon. It's going to take in a tkeys parameter here or generic function here, and we're going to just give this interface sort icon props is going to take in tkey sort tkeys. Sorry, that's going to be keys. Current sort is going to be tkeys or null. And then current order will be ascending or descending or null. And that's also supposed to say tkeys there. Props, sort icon props, tkeys. Open that up. Const, we're just going to get those values from our props. Sort, current sort, or current order, and current sort. If sort does not equal current sort, then return arrow up down, because arrow up down means we haven't sorted it yet. Class name is equal to w4 h4, and then return current order is equal to ascending. If that's the case, we want to return arrow up narrow wide with class name of w4 and h4. Otherwise, the same icon, but we're just going to rotate it, rotate 180. Cool. There's our sort icon. Let's just close this, and now we can add it. So sort icon oops, I'm going to give that a capital, so let's just go to sort icon, capital S, so it's a component, sort icon like that, import that, pass in the classified keys, and then give it some props. Current sort is equal to sort, current order is equal to order, as ascending or descending or null. Finally, sort will be ID, like there. This looks like it needs a on key down. On key down. Cool. Okay, we've got this done. Now the next one is just, we're not going to need any sorting for this one. Obviously we need to add some kind of classes here. So class name is equal to text muted, and W, I'm just going to give this ATPX. We're sorting the width here. Inside here, we're going to say image. That's for our image. Next, we want to give this class name here to that. This is going to be 150px. And in here, we're going to just copy all of this and say title. So title. And the classified keys, that's fine. We'll just basically copy this and say 1, 2, 3, next, price, VRM, copy this again, color, and then copy it again, get rid of this, give this one status, get rid of these, and then just two more. We're going to say 1, 2. For this one, we'll give this an additional class name of hidden MD table cell, and that is going to be for created app. You could just say date created. Then the final one, views. Actually, that's not the final one. Let me just say views. One more, which we don't need anything for here, is going to say actions. And we can give that W100px. Okay, let's bring this in. And we need some props, which are sort and order. A sort as ASC or DESC. Sorry, that's the wrong one. As classified keys. There we go. Cool. Refresh. Okay, looks like we need to make this a use client. Use client. Nice. There are our sorts. So you can see status is currently being sorted. And we could just change that. You can see, oh, doesn't seem to be updating now. Somehow has lost its. Let's just do that. Okay, they're not working as expected. Let's go to, what are we looking for here? Get rid of that. ID. Vertical. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. And then, does this work still? Yeah, okay. Just need a hard refresh as usual. Cool. Now we can start building out our body, our table body. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to just call that a new component, which is going to be classified table row.tsx. So this is where we're going to get our data. We're going to say export const classified table row equals, and we're going to have our classified with images like that. That is what we're passing in. I'm returning the table row from our UI. That'll have a class name of text muted 75, border white 5, just a light border there. Then table cell with a class name of font medium, and this one is going to be our classified.id. So we need to match up the table heads with our table cells ultimately, because if you have too many table cells or just a mismatch in terms of the amount or the ordering of table head and table cells, then it's not going to work. the UI is going to be all messed up. So for now, if I show you actually, I just save this and I say, we're going to basically map over our classified. So classifieds.map classified, and then we're just going to return a classified table row with a key of classified.id and an a classified as spread the classified like that. And then we refresh the page. You can see it's in this row now, which is good. And yeah, ultimately you need to make sure that they're matching, but let's just check if we get this sorting working. So there we go. That's sorting by descending, and sorting by ascending doesn't seem to be working. ID, again, it keeps deleting this. Let's just refresh that. So ascending, descending, ascending, descending. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Next, we're going to have another table cell, which will have P0, and that will be our image. So we're going to have an image, which will be image.ix image. And to be honest, you know, you don't need an image.ix image here actually. We can probably just use a Next.js image, since it is, if you wanted to save on the amount of image.ix source images you are using, because the more source images you have, the higher the cost is going to be for image.ix. So yeah, basically what you want to do is for admin dashboard, since it's not that relevant to have high quality images or optimized images, you know, you can just reduce the quality using Next.js's own image component. So classified.images 0, since we're only taking one, .source. We will do the same for alt. So alt width will be 120, and sticking with that 3:2 aspect ratio. Height will be 80. Quality will be 1, since we need minimum quality in the admin dashboard. And the class name is going to be aspect 3:2 object cover rounded. All right, let's see how we're looking. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Cool. Next, we're going to have another table cell. That is going to be hidden MD table cell. Okay. We're going to have a few of these. This one's going to be the title. Then we're going to have the price, which will be format price. I'm going to pass in price classified dot price and currency classified dot currency. Next one, okay, you can see it's all coming together now. Next, we are going to have VRM, then color, and we want to just format color. Then we'll add another one. That's going to be status, and we're going to give this a badge. So we need to actually add bonex ShadCN add badge. On dev, we're going to say badge from UI badge. That will be variant is going to equal, and we're going to create a classified badge map in our constants. So we export classified const classified badge map equals will be live, and so ultimately that we can give this a type here. It's going to be a record of classified status and badge props, Okay, what's going on here? Badge props. Do we not have that in our badge? Say that. Where are our badge props? So can we export badge, export type badge props equals, or in fact this needs to be interface badge props extends react.html attributes HTML div element, and then we're going to say variant props, which comes from yeah, this component at the top, I believe. Yes. Type of badge variants. Okay. So now we've got our badge props. Let's just add that into here, and we want to say badge props variants or variant classified status. Okay, so we're going to say classified status dot draft live and sold. For draft, we'll say default. For live, we'll say secondary, and for sold, we'll say destructive. Actually, yeah, let's just leave it at that. Go back. Variant is going to be classified badge map classified dot status, and then we can just actually, that's not going to be self-closing, we can just say classified dot status, and we can even format classified status on that. Okay, see what this gives us. Yeah, looks good. Although I think these two should be swapped around, default and secondary. Yeah, live is blue, primary color. Okay. Next is our date created. So we're going to say format from date functions classified dot created at. I'm going to say DONNN. So that's the day, the month, the year, the hour, and the minute. And then one more for our views, which is, we don't need any styling here. We're just going to say classified.views. And then our actions. So our actions are going to have a class name of flex cap x2. And here we're going to say action buttons, which we need to pass our classified into and create a component here. Action buttons.tsx. Export const action buttons equals classified with images, and we're going to give an is pending start transition, because it depends what we want to do here with these buttons, but for one of them we are going to be deleting the classified. So const delete classified equals ID number start transition async const result equals await delete classified action. We're going to pass in the ID. I'm going to create that. So let's go to our actions. We've got a classified here. Let's just go ahead and export const delete classified action equals async prop or ID number, and then try await prisma.classified.delete where ID is ID basically. Revalidate path, routes.admin.classifieds, and then return success is true, message classified deleted, catch error console.log error, and we can dealing it error deleting classified. And then return basically this, but false, and something went wrong deleting classified. Cool. Let's go back, undo that, take in our action. Let's give this a proper type here. So we've got our action button there. Let's give this some toast messages. Result.success toast title classified deleted, description result.message. Let's copy that over to, if it's not successful, else error deleting classified result.message, and the variant will be destructive. Okay, now we can just return our buttons. Button is pending loader 2, otherwise trash. Okay, let's give this a button or a variant of destructive, so it shows the trash icon in red. Class name of p2hfit. On click will be delete classified with classified.id, like that. Okay, and then for both of these I'm going to give them the same class. Class name equals h4w4 animate spin, and I can just replace the trash with outline none. Cool. And then we're going to add another button and another button. So next we're going to give this as child, because we want to put a link in here to our listing for editing. Link with a href of routes dot classified single classified dot id, and I want to close that. And what is going on here? Okay, should be slug, not id. Oh yeah, this is to view actually rather than edit. The next one will be editing. So actually this is going to say icon and class name of same as this. And finally we can just copy this down here and we can change this to pencil icon, and that's going to be routes.admin.classifieds.edit or .edit classified.id. Great. So our action buttons are done. Let's go ahead and see how this looks. Looks like we need to add a use client. Nice, nice. Okay. One other thing, just for the sake of doing it, I think, is adding tooltips. So we'll go ahead and add some tooltips for those, which show you exactly what it actually means above. And we can do that by adding bun add react tooltip. Cool, and we can just import tooltip from React tooltip. It's a really good package for these tooltips. So go ahead and show you how to make those. Let's go down to here. Above this, we can just put tooltip, and we say ID is equal to trash tooltip. And then on this button, since that's what we're hovering on, we say data tooltip ID is equal to trash tooltip, and data tooltip content is equal to delete. So that's what we see. Good little bit of TypeScript there as well. Copy that to here and to here, and then also copy this whole component and say put it inside the link because it's next to the icon, and inside the link again. And then we just change this to, instead of trash, we say view tooltip. Change this to view. And instead of trash, we say edit tooltip. Change this to edit. Cool. Run that. Let's check. View, delete, and edit. And it even goes to the left. It knows it can't go to the right. And so, yeah, let's test these out. So I'll just delete number 20. Delete. Boom. Number 20 is gone. Oh, we have a toast with no good background there. So that's interesting. Probably need to fix that. We'll leave that for now, though. And then view will take me to the actual listing page. Nice. And edit will take me to the edit page. Boom. Okay, so one final thing we need to do now, if we just check all these column headers, date created, looks good. Status, yeah, color. Do we have these working yet? Live, yes, draft, sold. All these filters are working. Title, yeah. Okay, so the last thing now is just the items per page, and that is going to exist in the footer. So let's go ahead and create our admin table footer. Since we're creating the customers table as well, and the table footer doesn't really change between the two, you know, the columns for the table body, the header, sorry, and then the content in the table header and in the table body or row, let's say, are different between the two tables like customers and classified. So, but this can actually be the same, which we are going to then put it into shared. So table footer export const table footer equals return that. Okay, I'm just going to close that, and I'm going to say table footer like that. Not that one, in fact. Let's call it admin table footer, just to not get confused. Table footer, admin table footer, admin table footer like that. So we've imported that. Okay, let's go ahead and give this some props. Interface admin table footer props extends awaited page props disabled boolean current page number total pages number, base URL, string, calls is going to be a number. Let's add these props here. So props, admin, table, footer props. And we're going to just destructure the props. So const equals props, and we'll just get all of these values. We're going to say const items per page is equal to search params, which we need to get from our prop search params, dot items per page or 10. Then we're going to say const router equals use router, and we're going to just make this use client because we need that hook. And then we're going to say const handle items per page, and that's going to equal an e change event from React HTML select element, which is what our items per page is. Const current URL params is equal to new URL search params. We're going to get window.location.search. So we want to get the current search params because there might be a few. We don't want to change those, so we need to just add the items per page to those. So current URL params dot set e.target dot name e.target dot value. So that's getting the name, which will be items per page, and the value of that. Then const URL equals new URL window.location.href, because we're going to be using this on 2 different pages. URL.search equals current URL params toString router.push, or we could even say router.replace URL.toString. But router.push is good because you can go back, because router.replace just replaces the history stack, and we might want to actually go back. Not all the time, but yeah. Then we're going to take in a use effect, which is going to basically manage our existing parameters. So that will have a dependency array, but we're going to say const, we're going to just actually copy this, and we're going to get the URL search params. We're going to say current URL params dot set items per page to items per page default value as string. And then again, get the URL, get the search, and push. Okay, we need to just make the dependency array have the router and the items per page. Great. Now we'll just return our table footer. Table footer from UI table, like that, with a class name of border primary 800. Inside we'll have a table row with a class name of bg primary 900. Hover is going to be bg transparent. Inside here, a table cell. That is going to have a call span of how many calls we pass in. And then a div with a class name of flex item center, which will contain our select for the items per page, as well as our pagination, which we've already created in our UI, where is it? Custom pagination, like that. And so now for the pagination, we can pass in total pages, base URL, depending on which page we're on, styles, we're going to give pagination root justify end. I want to show this on the far right. Pagination previous, going to say border none, hover bg primary 800 since we're in dark mode, text muted, pagination next. Oh, need to just quickly give that a comma. Pagination next, we'll say hover bg primary 800, pagination link, border none, and then finally pagination link active, which we'll give text white and bg primary without hover. Okay, for our select, we're going to say name is equal to items per page, items per page, like that. Value will be search params dot items per page as string on change will be handle items per page. Options we need to create, so we're just going to come up here, const items per page options equals, in fact we can give this a type of filter options string, and that's going to be an array. We need to make this an array of label 10, value 10. We can just copy that, and we'll change this to 25, 50, 100. Okay, label. There we go. Since filter options is already an array, my bad. And then items per page options goes in there. Disabled will be disabled. Class name -mt1 for a bit of styling. No default is going to be false because we want a default. And then select class name will be bg primary for dark mode 800, text muted 75, and border primary 800. Okay, and let's take a look where we're at. We need to also pass in some of this data now, and we don't actually need this by the looks of it. So pass in this data to here, total pages. What else we got? Disabled will be no classifieds dot length. Calls we're just going to say is 9 for this. There we go. You can see that has now expanded a bit. And base URL will equal routes dot admin dot classifieds. The search params going to be search params, and that's pretty much it. I think should be good. take a look. Okay, we need one more column by the looks of it. 10. Yeah. And we also need to update our, this should be like that. There we go. Okay, and it's got some hover effect, which is not ideal. Make that important, PG transparent. Okay, and I move this down to PG primary. Move this to class name equals. Okay. Okay, now it works. Delete. Delete. Great. Oh, and it stopped again. So, okay. Looks like we need to keep it on both of these. There we go. Yeah, so the only ones that are actually hovering is these table cells. So let's go to our table rows and just change that hover effect to in here. So it needs to be there. 400, 300. Oh well, I'm not that fussed. Okay, let's just actually test the functionality now. So we've got our classifieds. One little tiny annoying thing that I'm seeing at the moment is this. Just want to add P1 to that, or P0.5. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we've got all of our data now. Let's see. 25. Nice. And then let me just order this. How many do we get? 20. Yeah. So there's one missing there. There's probably two missing by the looks of it. 25, 50. We don't have 50. 10. Looks good. Page. Nice. And if we do 100, we're showing it at one page. Yeah. Okay. Very happy with that. And I hope you are too. That's a lot of ground covered. Let's move on to the customers table. So I'm just going to close this, close that, and yeah, we're going to move on to the customers table, which a lot of which we can copy from our classifieds table. So now that we've created our classifieds table, we can basically copy the most of what we've got in here into our customers table. So let's just go ahead into our customers page, paste that, change this to customers page, right? And change this to a different type. We actually want to get a new type here. So we're going to create a new type for our customers. So let's just change this. Customers. And this will be ID, email, mobile, first name, last name, updated at, created at, status, booking date. If you remember, we made a reservation flow and classified that they're interested in. Okay, then we can just take this type or this schema and we can just change this to that. So we just say that, change that to class or customers table sort type. Let's just open this up. We can change the header. We're actually going to have to create a new header here, but we can basically go to our customers component, customers, create a admin customers header, or sorry, customers table header, and we just copy the most of the content from here, with it being all customers, and then create customer dialog. We don't need that. So then we just need to change this to customer status. And I think that is pretty much it. Change the name, customers header. Change that to admin customers header. And then same thing with the table header. We can basically copy this into a new file, which we will say, actually, sorry, this is not the this is the admin customers header. So what do we call this? Admin customers or customer classifieds header. Yeah, okay, so it's just customers header. Customers header, admin customers header, and then admin customers header with 1S. Cool. Then in our customers components, we'll say customers table header. We'll paste in our header from, we'll change this to customers keys, which is going to be, if we go back to our table sort schema, just copy all of these. And then we'll change this to customer, customers, customer, customer table props, customer everything, customer, customer. Customer keys. Initial sort, let's have a look. Initial sort, this will be customer keys. So actually, let's go back to our table sort. And, okay, no, this one. Oh yeah, we need to add this as well for our customers. Admin customer, filter schema, customer status. Looks good. Then table sort, where is the other one? Pagination. No. Where's classified keys? Ah, okay. Customer keys. It's going to be customer, and we're going to pick the relevant keys. For example, what we just had in this page. Yep. Change these to like that. Looks like classified. That doesn't exist, which is why we want to say Prisma dot customer payload include classified true. There we go. Cool. That can be customer keys. Then what do we have that's different here? New sort, that can be customer keys. Okay. And then all of these need to also be customer keys. And that actually gives us type safety. So we're not, you know, like title doesn't exist on customer, etc., etc. So we'll come back and we'll fix all of this in a minute. Let's see where we're at. Sort as customer keys. This is still our customers table, yeah. And then we just say customer table header, customers table header, table body. This will be customers table row, which again we need to create, so we can just copy classified table row, copy that into our customers, copy, paste, change that to customers table row. Again, everything here, customers. And then customers with classifieds. Or with classified, because we need to get the classified. We can go to our types. We've got, where is it? Classified with images. Export that. And that can be in our table header. Where is it? Yeah, this one. Let's just go here. Customer with classified is that. Customer with classified, and where are we? Customers table header, table rows, what we want. Customer with classified, customer table row. Get rid of that. Customer table row. And again, we can just go ahead and change all this. Let's continue building this out. So customer, change that to customer. Action buttons, again, something we can just copy. Action buttons, copy that into our classifieds. Action buttons. Yeah. Customer with classified. Customer. Cool. All right. Let's start being a bit more organized, and yeah, we will go through. I just wanted to quickly bash that out. So we've got this. We've got our customer sort. This is our customer keys. Yeah, customer keys. Our schema here is saying there's something missing by the looks of it. Customer keys. Classified. Schema. Ah, that'll be why. Do you remember earlier? We need to now update this to customers table sort schema. There we go. That fixes that. Okay. Save all of this. We've got our customers page, pagination, offset, admin classified filter schema. Now needs to be admin customer filter schema. Customers. Wait, prisma.customer.findMany. That can all stay the same. We include classified to be true. And then this needs to change to customer. That all looks good. Boom. Customers.map. Customer table row. Admin table footer. This is going to change to customers. And this is going to change to customers.length. Wow, okay, that was quick. You can see we've got the various statuses up here. And we need to now, what is this? Why is this different style? Calls 10, total pages, maybe that's because that's 0. Let's just see, we should have one customer here, console.log, or at least yeah, that's just console.log. Customers. Refresh. Customers is empty. Okay. That is because we haven't seeded the database with any customers. So we'll go ahead and we'll create a seed file for customers. Customers.seed.ts. and we'll just copy images, and we will go ahead and start creating some customers and assigning some classifieds to them. So seed customers. So const customer classifieds is going to be await prisma.classified.find may take, let's just say 5, select ID true, order by, we'll say fuel type ascending, just a random thing to order by, and then const customers equals array dot from, length is 5, let's say, dot map, and then we'll get the index, and we will first name Baker dot person, or dot person dot first name, last name, email, and we can get that from the internet. What's going on here? Let's see. Okay. Mobile, baker.phone.number, status, baker.helpers.arrayElement, object.values, customer status, classified ID is going to be customer classifieds index.id. Boom. I think that's everything. Let's just double check if we even need all of that. Customer. Oh, sorry. Prisma dot customer create input array. Yeah, good. Await Prisma dot customer dot create many. Oh, data is going to be customers. Const result equals, and then just say console.log result.count customers created. Seed. Cool. Let's have a look. Seed customers. Let's go ahead and go to our seed file and say seed customers. Do we need to, yeah, pass on Prisma, and we are getting Prisma. Yeah, good. Okay. Bun Prisma DB seed. Let's see. 5 customers created. All right, great. Now, when we refresh this page, we should have some customers. Nope. Okay, yeah. Okay. We need to go to our table header, and we need to just update our table header and our table rows. So let's just quickly do that. For the first one, ID is fine. Second one, we're going to have status. And we can just add a, oh yeah, we don't need to add the badge yet. Next one, name with a capital N. And we can just say this will be first name. And then next one, email. Next one, mobile. Next, we will just say table head, and we'll give that a max width of 150 px, and that's going to be the classified. Under that, we will have date created, or yeah, date created is good. And we can have one for updated app. Date updated. And then we will have our booking date. So booking date will be booking date. Cool. And then, yeah, actions as well. So next, customer table row. Let me just quickly go back and check something. Include classified true. Actually, all we need is, yeah, let's keep it as that. Okay. So you can actually see probably, yeah, we're getting some customers now here. That's good. Let's just go to our customer table row. For this, customer with classified is good. Now we just want to, first of all, get our table row, table cell, can just be font medium, and we'll get our badge for the customer status. Is it customer status? No, we want, where is it? Just status. We want format. We don't have a, yeah, I don't have a format customer status. Okay. Customer status, and then subscriber, or these, customer status dot cold. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4 dot contacted, interested, purchaser, subscriber, cold, contacted, interested, purchased, subscriber. Great. Format customer status is going to be here. Classified dot status. Sorry, customer dot status. Next, actually, we need to obviously bring that into a badge as well. Badge. Class name equals text. Muted 75. Variant will be, again, classified badge map. Let's just go ahead and create one of these for the customer. Customer status. So dot cold dot contacted dot interested dot purchased. Subscriber. Okay. How many variants do we even have? I don't think we have enough variants here. Outline. Yeah. Let's just get AI to create 2 or 3 more variants. Okay, it didn't need a whole essay. Info, warning, success. Okay, warning and info. Let's just do it. Warning and info. Cool. So we can say destructive, warning, and info. Might not look the best, but let's give it a try. So variant is going to be customer badge map, class customer.status, and then inside that our customer status. Then we'll have first name, customer.last name in the next row. Customer.email. Mobile. And then we want to basically create a component for the classified popover, but and then we're just going to have a customer.classified.title and customer.classified.vrm. And then we need to just format from, oh, we've already got format customer.createdAt, and then we'll copy that from our table row. Let's just go ahead and get that. Customer, and then, yeah, that is going to be updated at. Then customer.booking date, format, customer.booking date, and again, that, otherwise, NA. Finally, the action buttons from our customers. And so we just want to basically say delete customer, delete customer action, and we need to just go to our customer actions and our classified actions and say copy that, paste that, delete customer from here. Oh, routes.admin.customers, revalidate path, customer deleted, all looks good to me. Delete customer action. That's going to be ID from our delete customer, which will be here. Delete customer. Okay. So can we view a customer? No, we can't, but we can pencil and edit a customer, which we are going to create a route for. So admin edit customer /admin /customer / customers /edit /ID. ID is number. Admin customers edit ID, comma. And then we can just go to our customers directory here, make a folder, edit, make another folder, which is ID, and a page. And this is going to be our export default function edit customer page props, page props, return edit customer. Cool. So that should go to that. Edit customer, customer.id. Looks good, looks good. Action buttons. This is going to come from here. It's going to say customer. Boom. Boom, we're there. So we've got the different badges, interested, name, email address. Oh, name, status, image. Ah, we don't need image. Let's go back to our customer header or table header. Just remove image from here. There we go. Cool. Let me just seed the database with a couple more. So done run Prisma DB seed. Done run Prisma DB seed. Seed. Run that again. Refresh the page. There we go. We've got our pages. And we've got our actions. Delete. Let's see if that works. Yep. 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 Nice. Let's see. Where's our badge? Our status badge. Customer status. Customer badge map. Warning and info. Warning. What's this do? Warning. Is that warning there? Probably needs to be text black. Oh. Oh, BG warning. Okay, let's just do BG purple. And BG purple 500. There we go. Purple 500. Okay, and subscriber, let's pour around BG info. Let's just do green 500. All right, that's a bit better. Maybe we can make them all text black as well. Default text black. Yeah, I don't know. That'll do for now. So yeah, we've got our status, the classified they're interested in. If they reached out by a classified, they should have a booking date as well if they made a booking. And yeah, if we edit, we go to our, let's just go there. Yeah, edit customer page. So let's go ahead and build that. Edit customer. So we are going to get the parameter. So pop params equals await props.params to make this async. Then we're going to get data success equals z.object. ID is number or z.number. routes.saveParse. ID is number params.id. If no success, redirect from next navigation routes.admin.customers. Const customer equals await prisma.customer.findUnique where ID is data.id, and we need to import our Prisma instance. Include classified true and lifecycle true. If no customer, redirect again to routes.admin.customers. Here we can just open up a div with a class name flex call flex p6 text muted space y4 container. Inside that we're going to have a div of class name equals flex justify between and then h1 class name equals font bold text LG MD text to Excel. That's going to say edit customer. Under that we're going to have an edit customer form. So pass in the customer. We're just going to create that form now. So we will create that in our here edit customer form.tsx. So we're going to have a schema which is edit customer schema equals z.object status z.nativeEnum, and that's going to be customer status. That's the only field we're going to be editing on the customer at this point. Type edit customer schema equals z.infer type of edit customer schema or edit customer schema. Then we're going to export const edit customer schema equals customer is going to be customer like that. Customer from Prisma client. Why is that importing like that? I've never done that before. Type. Okay. Const form equals use form. Pass in our edit customer schema type. Edit customer type, that should be. And then open it up. Resolver, zob resolver. Pass in our edit customer schema. Default values is going to be our status customer.status. They'll always have a status. There's always a default value for that. So const is pending set or start transition equals use transition, and then on change handler is going to be submit handler. Edit customer type equals data start transition async. Const response equals await And we're going to create a new action in our actions here for customers. So that is going to be export const update customer action equals async. I'm going to pass in the ID and the status. We're going to give that ID is going to be number, status will be customer status. That probably needs to be wrapped in this. What's going on here? There we go. Cool. Here we're going to say try const valid props equals update customer schema. We do have that schema. Edit customer schema. Okay, we need to just go to our customer schemas. Customer schema. Change this to capital E, export that, and export type, edit customer type. We need to export const update customer schema equals z dot extend. Edit customer schema dot extend, and that's going to be z dot object. Extend will be ID z dot number. Boom. So update customer schema. Let's check that. Edit customer type. Edit customer schema. Oh, edit customer form, that should be. Yeah. Wait, okay. Update customer action data. ID. Let's just do customer.id and then status data.status. Cool. Let's take a look at this again. Update customer schema.safe parse props, or we can just basically call this props. Catch error. Cool. If no valid props, return success, false, message invalid data. Get the customer, prisma.customer.findUnique, where ID is valid props.data.id. Oh, sorry, that should say success. If no customer, return success, false, message, customer not found. Await prisma.customer.update. We want to update where ID is customer.id, and we want to update data is status valid props.data.status. And then can we actually do this? The life cycle. Yeah, life cycle. We want to create data customer, well, we don't even need to pass in the customer ID. We can say old status is, okay, now we need to, okay, go back. Is customer.status, new status, new, let's just go to our schema here, or lifecycle schema. Customer status, new status, old status, okay, good. New status is going to be valid props.data.status. What's missing? Create. Oh, okay. Don't even need that. There we go. Cool. Then revalidate path routes dot admin dot customer, or sorry, edit customer, and that is going to have customer.id, and then we can also say customers. Return success is true, message customer updated. Okay. Console.log error, and we can just say error in customer update action. If error is instance of error, well, you know what we do here, we say return success false message error.message, otherwise we return something went wrong. Probably should have done that in the other action, which is it in our classifieds action. Here. There we go. Cool. We've got our update customer action now. And we want to say if, in fact, we can go to our action buttons. We can just copy this, paste it here, result, toast, customer updated, error updating customer. Cool. Now let's go ahead and build out the user interface for this. So let's see where we're at. Bring this in. Form. It also needs to be use client. What are we seeing here? To actually return something. So we'll return a form with ... form spread like that. A form element, standard form element with onChange. So rather than onSubmit, we're going to say onChange form.handleSubmit onChange handler. One form field, and in fact we can probably get that field, or we can just look for name equals status. Copy this, paste that into here, form field, item, change this to customer status, format customer status, select label. In fact, we don't want a label. Control that. Shall we keep the label? The label can just be status like that, and message. Contacted subscriber. Okay, so that's the current customer status. Call this customer status. Yeah, cool. And then do we need that? We don't need his pending, so we can just delete. Cool, cool, cool. Right. Let's continue building this out. We're going to add another div. This is just to give us an overview of the customer. So div class name container p4 space y6. Div class name equals grid calls 2 and space x6. Card, it's going to be class name of DG gray 800, border gray 700. Inside that, card header. Inside that, card title. That will have a class name of text gray 100, and that will say personal information. Under the card header, card content as usual. That will have a class name of grid gap 2 text background. In our card content, we're going to have a div, copy that, and then we're going to have strong. Oh, that should say strong. Copy that. Cool. Named email mobile. I'll say customer.firstname, customer.lastname, customer.email, customer.mobile. And then each one of those we will probably just do muted instead. Yeah, there we go. Gonna have another card. So we'll just copy this card, paste that. This is going to say customer status, and then here status, and that is going to take the badge from table row, customer table row. We're going to copy this badge, paste that here. Ooh. Badge, customer badge map, get the status like that. Terms accepted, customer dot terms accepted, and we'll just say if terms accepted, yes, otherwise no. And then booking date, we'll say, again, can go back to our table row, just get the booking date logic from here. Format that. Cool. We missed a little. There. And then one more card. Copy that. In fact, this card is going to come out, and so it's going to be full width like that, and it's going to be additional information. customer ID, customer.id, classified title, customer.classified.title, created at, and then last updated. Can just do updated at. Cool. And then we're just going to create a table now. A basic table which shows the customer lifecycle. So that action created a lifecycle event, and we're just going to display those here in the table, and we'll show you how that works in a minute. So let's go customer lifecycle, and then the card content is going to have a table, and just a very basic table from our UI with a table header and a table row and a table head, like that. Gonna have 1, 2, 3 of those, all the same. Class name equals text, backdoor text muted, font semi-bold, text base. We'll say date, old status, new status, and then underneath that, table body, and then that's going to say customer.lifecycle.map entry, and we're going to return table row with a class name of text muted 75, let's say, a key of entry.id, and inside here table cell, 3 of those, and we're just going to have entry dot created at for the date. We can just format that again like this. Entry dot created at, and then format customer status, and that's going to be entry dot old status, and then the same thing, new status. All right, so now let's just see what this does. If I change this to purchased, boom, purchases. Did I make that? Is that honestly called purchases in the schema? Customer, let's have a look. Purchased. Why is it saying purchases? Ah, purchased. There we go. So yeah, you can see the status, you can see the update of the status, you can change that, and didn't work. That's good. What happened there? Random. Let's see, let's go into our action. Customer action. Payload argument must be of type object. Let's just say console.log ID status. ID is not defined. Oh. Props.id, props.status. Try again. Status is cold. Okay. Where are we getting to? Let's say console.log customer. Yeah, I mean, that's going to work actually. And then lifecycle, create old status, new status. Let's just have a console.log of this. Customer's fine, old status, new status is fine. Status update. What is that? Can't tell if that's Prisma or not. Let's just double check the database. Go on Car Dealer website. Sorry, not that one. This one. We need to bunx at Prisma PPG tunnel. And then copy that, edit connection, paste, test, connect. Yes, there's only one. What if I delete this one? So we'll refresh. Bumdev. Huh. So it must be, okay, one sec. Customer lifecycle. Lifecycle here. Unique customer ID. Huh. Get rid of that. Customer ID should be, that shouldn't be unique based on customer ID. P Prisma dv push. Bumdev. Refresh. Yeah, more like it. Cool. And now the final thing for us to do is to allow ourselves to log out of all sessions. So we're going to go ahead and implement that. So if we go across to our settings page, we say div class name is flex. In fact, we can just go to our customers page and we can go into here and we can just copy this. And we can say account settings. And then div class name equals flex col p-6 text muted. And then we can just open that up. And here we're going to have a settings page content. And so we go to our components. We go to settings. And we make a new content.tsx export const settings page content equals that. Return an empty fragment. We're going to have a logout button. const logout button equals return div, the class name of empty8 flex button disabled is going to be, we're going to get fonts disabled from use form status. Disable will be disabled. Class name will be flex item center gap x2 variant destructive type submit, and then we'll open that up, pending and loader 2, sorry, that was meant to say pending, not disabled, pending loader 2 class name animate spin w4 h4, and then we're going to have pending and or pending if pending log out of all sessions. Cool. Here we're going to have const underscore form action is equal to use action state, and then we're going to have a logout of all sessions action with a null in terms of the state. Div class name equals divide y, and then divide white and 5 and px6. Div class name is grid max w7xl, grid calls 1 gap x8, md grid calls 3. Inside here, a div h2 of class name equals text base on semi-bold leading 7 text muted log out of all sessions, and under that we can have a p with a class name of empty1 text sm leading 6 text muted 75. This will log you out of all of your sessions across all of your devices of which you are currently logged into. Okay, then it's as simple as form action equals form action logout button and class name equals md call span 2, and then we need to just create this action log. We can put sign up, here we go, look. So then we just want to say, oh, that's the subscribe, export const logout of all sessions equals async. And we say const session equals await off if no session dot user dot id return null, otherwise await Prisma dot session dot delete many where user ID is session.user.id, just like that, and then redirect to routes.auth or routes.signin. And that's it. That is it for this tutorial. It's been a long one, much longer than I expected, and I hope to create similar tutorials in the future. Let's just use client here. Very comprehensive. I hope you enjoyed it, and yeah, that should be pretty much everything. We've got our dashboard. You can see we're a minus 100% here. New customers though is 100%. Our classifieds, our customers, and then our settings, in which case we want to just log out of all sessions. It logs us out, and that's it. We are done. So thank you for tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Please feel free to like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me. So thank you again for watching all this time. I know it's been a big one, and yeah, I'll see you in the next one.